Huh. Hello, hello, hello. Can you see me now? Hello, hello. All right, are we here? Can you see me? Give me a number one if you guys can hear me in the chat. Give me a one if you can hear me in the chat. What? All right, I see the ones popping off. Thank you, Crystal. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Somebody else dropped me a one earlier, too. I appreciate that. What's going on, guys? You know, this is crazy as hell. And I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I had big plans for the night, y'all. Crazy plans. I had big plans. And they messed it all up for me. Let me just get you guys a little closer. This will be an intimate setting. You'll never fight. No, I'm just... Merry Christmas to everybody who celebrates. We have the Christmas holidays coming up. Happy Hanukkah, if that's your thing. Kwanzaa and all the good stuff. Ramadan, if you guys are into that. You know, we're an all-inclusive channel. At least we try to be. If you don't believe in anything and you just like the day off, salute to you too. All right. Now, I'm going to let people kind of pile in. Don't forget to hit that thumbs up button on your way in so that way you don't have to worry about it for the rest of the night. It's on cruise control, baby. It's on cruise control. Let me do one thing before I do this. 1 second. I'm back! Just when you thought it was over. It's never over. It ain't never over! Alright, I see myself and I got my other computers going at the same time just to make sure that I'm all the way live in full effect. Guys, how many people were able to see the talkback? Like, who was able to see this thing? Because I was not able to see it, and I'm not happy about this at all. Because I wanted to watch the show and then get my first reaction based on what I saw, which is what I usually do. And I got what the French called screwed. You know what I mean? They got my ass, so I didn't have the benefit of watching the talkback tell nothing. From what I understand, for those who missed it, it was oh wow. Mace Chili said it was good. Oh really? Oh, Victorious, they would give me the one, let me know that the my stuff was working. Because I can't, like, we start on this channel, we started calling it the Kremlins. Like, I used to say it was the Gremlins, but apparently it's the Kremlins because Cody and TLC be doing something with my sound effects, my soundboard. You know, I was on with Amanda and Reality Squad, Amanda and Sarah, last Monday. We actually plan on doing a show coming up. I think it's on the 26th, that following day, and right after Christmas, which obviously the 26th is right after Christmas. There, bam, you know. But good job, James. Right after, yeah, the 26th, you know, right after Christmas. Yeah, good job. But I was planning on doing another show with them. And while I was on the live with them, which was a great time, by the way, I had a lot of fun with them. They're a lot of fun to work with. Which is cool because I like working with fun people. But while we're doing a live, the whole time, like not the whole time, like There was a segment, if anybody saw it, where I just couldn't hear, and I think they were even trying to talk to me, and I couldn't hear them back. And so all I could hear was I have like a little impromptu soundboard I set up, and it started rolling through all my sound effects. Like, so all I'm hearing is like buzzers and correct marks, like ding 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 bells. I'm hearing a caught sound effect I have, where it's like da da da. I got like all kinds of stuff just ripping in my ear the whole way, and I'm like, what the? These damn gremlins. And I go into my OBS, which wasn't active at the time. I go into like a studio, online broadcasting studio. I go into like my other programs, couldn't find it. Come to find out, it was like my music, my iTunes, like way in the background underneath like 4 or 5 windows at full blast. So in my ear, I can't hear nothing. Like, I can't hear nothing. Like I said, and every week since my first live, I did my first live, no hitch, no problems, nothing. Come off every week after that. People will tell you, Just Scrapping is here, Rochelle J, all them guys who came on my first live. My mics worked, my second, third, fourth live after that. Mic wasn't working. Tonight, I couldn't even get online. Like, my thing wouldn't even. This is complaining. I'm sorry. You know what? Excuses only good for the people who make them. So you guys probably like, what is he bitching about? Like, he needs put it on, strap it up, bro. Let's get it. So that's what we're gonna do, because it's showtime, which means it's go time. All right, let's get it. All right, now first up, I had got to give a big shout out to Just Scrapping, Catherine Green, big supporter. $1.99 super chat. She said, did you watch the interview with Christine that Christine did on Monday? As ironic as it is, because I do plan for stuff to get messed up. That's exactly what my backup plan was, which is why it took me so long to get hooked in tonight, because I had to upload that bad boy, because I had some stuff that I wanted to, some slides or whatever, not slides, but clips I wanted to pull. What the shit? Did you see that? Kremlins, boy. They are not my friends. They trying to hold a player down, but they not going to be able to do it. They're not going to be able to do it. So, we'll pull that in a little bit. There we go. All right, so it gets a little more intimate. Hello, ladies, gentlemen, how are you? So we are going to talk a little bit about that, because I think that, like, especially as they're talking about like this big look back and checking out the scenery and what happened and why things went wrong, we have to look back and see why the relationship fell apart from Christine's perspective. I think that that's also important. Just Scrapping said, I keep sending you breaking news. I do read them. That's how I knew about the the thing. I'm sorry I don't respond to Scrapping. I'll just be bogged down, tied up, banged out. This week was terrible. The Christmas holidays have been kicking my ass all day long. Ass up between my shoulder blades. If I get up out this chair, you're going to see my behind sitting under my collar, because this season's been rough for me. I keep sending breaking Sister Wife news early before it airs anywhere, but you don't check your emails. I forgive you and love you always. Thank you, Just Scrapping. I appreciate you. I do. But I do check my emails. I'm getting smashed up. Let's see what Christina Fisher. Oh, okay, $17 super chat. Thank you very much. No message, just the love. Just appreciate that. Just appreciation. Appreciate you. All right, guys. You know what? Yeah, because I think Target is James okay? Should we check on him? I know I do seem a little scattered tonight, don't I? because it's insane time. But that's okay, because like I said, I couldn't watch the talk back. Is it the talk back? No, the look back. No, talk back. Yeah, it's talk back. Yeah, because look back is on Sunday, and I'm scheduling a live on Sunday as well. It's Sunday, Mace. Sunday Sunday night. So I was trying to schedule it for Sunday night, which is Christmas Eve. So I will be back on Christmas Eve just to try to do the thing. Hopefully they upload it. And even last week, there are people who have Discovery Plus, HBO Max, TLC Go, and TLC. Like that's usually where they film a lot of the, or at least air a lot of the Sister Wives programs. And there were people who were on Discovery Plus. Like I have Discovery Plus, and I also have HBO Max. And I was able to watch it on HBO, which is how I was able to do the tell-all last week. But the people who had Discovery Plus weren't able to watch the fourth installment of the tell-all until like Tuesday. Like I kept going back and like, this is ridiculous. But it didn't upload until Tuesday. So TLC, if you are watching this, you guys are dropping the bag. Like you're fumbling the bag big time. Like you schedule all this stuff and then you don't let the people who want to see it. Like what are you doing? And then it baffles my mind because I'm assuming that TLC, and excuse me if I ran a little bit, but TLC has got to get it together. Because if you guys are running out these little spin-off shows in this short 2 weeks right after the tell-all is over, all of a sudden you're going to run out some new shows right in the middle of the holidays, right? At least have something during the summer. Like don't have us like rushing and scrambling to watch this stuff like right in the middle of Christmas, right in the middle of Hanukkah, right in the middle of everything going on, kids home from school, everything is going on, everything is happening. Then you have New Year's and you guys are running stuff. Then you have the 4-part Christine getting married special in January. And don't have it a situation where you have nothing for February, March, April, May, all the way through to September. Because I will be hot and I'm going to talk mad shit about you. If that's what you guys did, I'm going to go crazy and I'm going to talk about how you fumbling the bag the whole time. Because that would just be poor television broadcast. Because you could have technically took these 3-4 events and spread them out over the course of like, January, February, March. And in that way you get a little bit of a break. And you can do whatever it is you're going to do. But don't drop the bag, TLC. That's all I'm saying. Shout out from Just Scrapping. Oh, cool. I'm glad to know you see them. That's good enough for me. I hope the McKelty links worked. Love you, James. Enjoy the time with your family. Thank you so much, Just Scrapping. I know you pulling for me. Because like I said, you hooked me up with the... aside from the super chats and all that support, you're the one that hooked me up with the dance video, which I never saw before, with Robin doing her pimp dance, kicking her heels up, showing the world why Cody's so enamored with her, with the magic, which is Robin. She's all in there doing the can't see me, dropping it like it's hot, or lukewarm at least. Rochelle J in the house with please HBO and smash that like. James Hips hat. That's right. $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Rochelle J. Oh my goodness, I forgot to call you this week. Because I had some stuff getting delivered to the cribbo. And it was crushing me. I was getting crushed. Getting crushed this week. You know what it is? It's I swear. When you have nothing going on, and this goes for weddings too. Like your buddies get married. Like, man, I'm getting married. We're going to have to go do something together. Okay, blah, blah, blah. All right, cool. You could have nothing planned for like 6 months straight. Just sitting in the house doing nothing. Watching paint dry, watching grass grow. Then as soon as you have something, especially if it's not even like a friend of yours getting married, you going as a +1 to a event where you don't know nobody. Then all of a sudden your buddy's calling you up, say, hey man, we got stuff going on, man. We got tickets to the game. We got this, blah, blah. Man, we're going to have this great ass time. You need to come through. You can't come through. I got all kinds of stuff going on. I have family obligations. All right, guys. See, oh, man. And people say, Kim Roberts, she said she can't believe I miss Robin. Oh, tell me, was it good? Was it good? Oh, Vixen, Merry Christmas. Oh, thank you so much. I'm trying to check all the chats and stuff. Every time, and I wind up missing super chats, and it makes me feel bad after I leave. I feel like a jackass. But, yeah, guys. Oh, make sure you hit the like and all that good stuff. Oh, it was good. Oh, TLC, you're dropping the damn bag. You're dropping the bag. I'll be more than happy to talk about y'all ridiculousness on the channel. Now I gotta watch it tomorrow, maybe roll it into a Sunday show or maybe I don't know. Whenever they air it on a platform that I can actually watch it. How ridiculous is that? Like, I want to watch it. I want to watch it. Normally, TLC got a bunch of crap shows that nobody, like MILF Manor. I don't want to watch MILF Manor. I think I saw exactly two, maybe 3 episodes of MILF Manor, and it rolled my stomach so much. Normally, I try to delve into some of the darker stuff so that way I can maybe pull something out of it that, you know, I can give as an observation to something that I saw. But MILF Manor was so ridiculous that I just couldn't do it. I couldn't sit through it. It was so depraved. Like, as soon as they pulled back the curtain and the moms were there talking about their sons were the ones that they were supposed to be there to see. Oh, hell no. What are we doing? What are we doing? Okay, Pat Clark with the $2 super chat said, it sucked. Cody got the last word 90% of the time. I think that's in his contract. How about that? I think that the way TLC does it, they try to feature it so that so Cody does the negotiation like, look, you guys are making me look really bad and people are really starting to dislike me. They just started to dislike Cody. In his mind, they just started yesterday. When Christine left, that's when everybody turned on Cody. Because apparently his life was going fantastic before... when he was on the show and he was doing all kinds of ridiculous stuff. He moved a family from Utah out to Las Vegas, move them all into a rental house. They don't have jobs. Janelle cashes in her 401k so that she can help to pay for a lot of this stuff because they don't have jobs and they got to pay for rental property. They got to pay for food. They got to pay for the cost of actually trying to find stuff. And she's just dumping money on top, throwing good money after bad. You know, hey, Cody was like, oh yeah, you know, everybody loves me because I'm a desperado. You know, like that. He thinking that the song is about him. So he was having a great old time. Then he was having so much fun when they got out to Las Vegas that he decides that he wants to expand his family. So this is when he impregnates Robin with Solomon. Isn't that interesting? Just making bad life decisions all the way around. And then we're not even going. We'll get into actually. Speaking of something that Just Scrapping brought up, we'll get into an interview that Christine did. It was under Juicy Soap. Which is it seems like an interesting podcast, little podcast. I'm gonna have to check out most of it, more of them. McDonald is the young lady who does it. And so I was watching that and I pulled some stuff off of it and we're going to talk about it because I didn't get to sit. Thanks TLC trying to mess my stuff up with the Kremlins. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. This is how TLC gets me because they put me in and they screw my stuff up and they had me looking crazy. All right, so let's go ahead and hit that juicy scoop with Heather McDonald. Thank you, Mace. Yes. That was the show. And that was actually, as mentioned, Scrapping sent that to me. Catherine Green, she sent that to me, so I knew about it, and I was able to check it out. I was able to screen grab it and then chop it up, so I could actually play it on YouTube without getting crushed. Oh my goodness! Catherine, no way. Catherine Green, I'm sorry, Kim Roberts. She said Robin taught Cody how to scrunchie his hair. I don't even want to touch that shit. I don't even want to touch that. Like, y'all get that, you know what I mean? Like, you want to say something, but you're like, oh, see, that's going to go too far. That's going to go too far. Cody? Oh, Cody. Oh, there's so many places I could go with that. Yeah, I mean, that's what they call a target-rich environment. Cody, what are we doing? Cody, what are we doing? Oh, Becky said she was proud of it. Oh. Oh, Priscilla, what's going on? Avila with the $2.99 super chat. $1.99 super chat. Thank you so much. Yeah, man. We don't have to talk about this foolishness. I gotta get to my other screens because we're gonna have to discuss this sister wife craziness. Now, there was something, and I kind of debated whether originally I was going to do it as a video. Just talking about Cody, and I still might release it as a video, but I'll give you guys kind of the teaser. Since you came tonight, you're so eloquent, so kind and so generous with your time that you came tonight to get my reaction off of something. TLC screwed me over. I'm not going to let that go, TLC. I feel like Cody now. I'm not going to let that go. I'm not going to let that go. TLC, you screwed me. But that's okay. That's all right. I'm going to have my revenge. I will have my revenge. Priscilla, do you really think Cody loves Robin? $1.99 super chat. Thank you so much, Priscilla. Great question. I think that Cody represents something to Robin. He's an opportunity. Cody he provides for Robin a certain level of status. How she approaches her relationship with Cody, I think she needs or requires to feel like the most important one. Like, that's a prime feature in their relationship. She wants to feel like she's the target of that relationship. So when I say that, what I'm referring to is kind of again, I'm not her friend. Me and Robin don't talk to each other on the phone. We don't exchange emails. We don't have a secret friendship. I just know what I see on the show and what I can surmise based off of things that she said before. And what I gather is that a strong component of their relationship is the idea that let me take some of these lines off the screen. It's killing me. One of the strong components of this thing for her is the idea that when she was coming up, especially being a part of such a big family, right, where her mom is in one place, the other moms are in another place, and they're all living separately. Because they're part of that big family, there are only a certain number of ways that you can get the attention that you need from the parents. Because the moms in a lot of these sister-wife polygamy situations, or I should say the multipled partner in these situations, have to go above and beyond to try to get that attention from the source, the one person, the hub person. So in a case of polygamy, the the wives would have to spend a lot of time trying to please and get the attention of the husband so he comes around, fathers their children, and takes care of the wives' needs. In the case of, obviously, in polygyny, where there's one woman, multiple husbands, same thing. The husbands have to do certain things in order to get the wife to come around and visit them, to pay attention to them. Now, with all that being said, the wives have to spend so much time focused on the husband that a lot of times, or at least in my view, a lot of times I can see room where they're not paying attention necessarily to their kids because they're spending so much time focused on this man. What can I get this? What can I do to get this man to come over the house? How can I spend time with him? What I got to do? What I got to say? What I got to clean? What I got to screw? You know what I mean? So I get this dude to come over and spend time with me. Then it leaves the kids in a situation where they not only don't have access to the dad, but they don't have access to the mom because she's so busy trying to please the dad. And because the attention is so small, and I'm sorry I'm dragging this out for you, but I just want to be very clear. Because the attention realm is so small for them to target on, what happens is that there are a couple ways that you can get attention. You can either be extraordinary, whether in school or whatever the case may be, where you're extremely positive, you're just a good student, a good son, good daughter, whatever the case may be, and you get a lot of attention that way. That helps. But you know what really gets attention? Having trouble or having problems. Being the troubled child gets you a lot of attention. And I think that that's where a lot of that crying comes from. Like every time she has a sentence, her eyes, she dabbing at her eyes. Like you say, hey, how you doing, Robin? How's life going? Oh, I guess it's okay. I think that's where a lot of that comes from. Is because that was her trigger and a way that she was able to get success from these relationships. And you figure if you're a parent and you have two kids, one kid has a soccer game, wrestling match, whatever the case may be, right after school. And you could go to that. But then you have another child who has experienced severe, crazy problems. They have issues and they have things going on. So much of your time and attention is diverted to that child who is in need or is having problems that you sometimes will overlook or forget the other people. So I think that that's part of it. Like I think that's part of the reward for her. So when she becomes and I said that to give all the simple answer. When she becomes the best or favorite wife, that's reminiscent to the time when she was a kid and she had to struggle for love. Because now she feels like she's winning, and then in and of itself, that becomes a reward for her. I mean, at least that's the way I'm feeling through it. That for her, being the favorite wife is a reward because when she was a child, maybe she wasn't the favorite child. Maybe she wasn't the kid that everybody came running over to go check on and see about, or whatever the case may be. But she discovered that in this particular relationship with these particular women, against these particular women, she's the favorite, the one that he's spending time with, the one that he's seeking out, the one that he's confiding in, the one that he's investing in. And that's important to her. And so I think that that's part of the reason why she was so enamored with Cody, is because for one, she felt like a winner. She didn't feel like she was just kind of falling into the backdrop. This also creates an interesting situation, pardon me, because I'm kind of thinking about it now, and as I think about it, this also creates a weird dynamic where if you think about it, this type of mentality could potentially even rival your children and your children's interests. Because if you think about it, like when you are together as a couple and 100% of that interest and focus is placed on the wife, right, and the husband. But the minute somebody gets pregnant in a relationship, all of a sudden the attention goes from the partner to the baby or the children, the child or the children. So from that respect, she could feel like she's being kind of shuffled around even with her kids. Like Because there are weird dynamics in certain situations where even the mothers feel like their mothers and fathers feel like they're in direct competition with their children. When you talk about, and this even transposed to Cody, because now to think about it, there are parallels between the two characters. Because if you think about it, and I got to get to some of these super chats. I'm so sorry, I'm missing them. I got you. But if you think about like Cody and his sons, there's such a big competition between them, and even the battle that he has with the mothers. And we'll talk about that, especially when it comes to Christine and Isabel. One of the battles that he's had with the mothers is about the COVID thing. And what is it about COVID? The COVID thing is because the mothers are choosing their children over him. Like, again, when you're in these big families, it's so easy for you to get lost and develop these forms of insecurities amongst yourself. And I can see that in how a lot of their behavior kind of maps and tracks out. So I think that's, so when you ask me, do I think that she loves him? I think that she loves certain aspects about Cody. Is it love? Is it not love? Who am I to judge? I can't tell her that she don't love him. You don't care about Cody. Do I think that Cody is way more invested in the relationship than she is? Absolutely. I think that Cody is way in. I think that to a degree, Cody might be kind of in over his head if you want to keep it all the way a stack. Like, I think that Cody might be getting outgunned. Let me put this up on the screen real quick. Carolyn Askey, James, I just love your lives. Oh, thank you. I didn't see it either. I'm in the same boat. Yeah, Discovery Plus Max. Thank you. I'm still here though. Love. Happy holidays. Y'all, happy holidays. Thank you so much. I'm with you. Like, they dropped the bag on my ass because I was ready to watch that foolishness. And I was going to talk about it. Let me go back and get some of these super chats. Thank you so much for the super chat, by the way, Carolyn. I appreciate it. 1999. Super chat. Let me go back. Susie Q, because I got you, Susie Q. I can't put you up on the screen. Wish I could. But this damn system will not let me go back that far. Will it? They would not. Oh, wait. Former plural wife here. Okay. $10 super chat. Salute. Former plural wife. Two omens. Robin knows the OG3 will never meet with her to give their blessing. Is Robin setting up to leave Cody with the excuse that she could never be happy without the OG3's blessing? I think that that's absolutely part of it. I'm not putting anything past Robin. I think Robin is, like, when Cody sits around and talks about Machiavellian, and he talks about Tricky, and he talks about how Christine is doing all this stuff, and she's kind of hokey, and, oh, she's sneaky. You don't understand what's going on. Christine. I think he's actually talking about Robin's ass. Robin is sneaky. Like, she is way sneakier, because she does stuff that I'm watching, maybe because it's like a bad magician. Like, if you're standing in front of him, it look like he's doing some stuff like, whoa, this dude must be Doctor Strange or somebody, because he working and stuff, and he making it happen. But if you standing to the side, be like, oh, I totally see that he's holding the thing up here, and he's got the he's got the bird in his hand or whatever. He's pulling the handkerchiefs out of his pocket, and you can see it from the side. I'm on the side watching this, and I'm like, Cody, pulling your coattails. She about to get you. But, to each his own. And sometimes you deserve what you get. You asked for it, now you're going to get it. So, yeah. With regard to that, I think that there's something else in that. Again, I was going to do a video. I'm going to give you guys the tea because you came and I don't have the other tea to feed you, to give you, to serve you. So I like to do alternates. Who wants some soda? All right. So when it comes to Robin and that little proposition that she made, I thought it was interesting from the respect of the parallels, because we have seen Robin do this before, ladies and gentlemen. Where did we see it? We saw it in season 17 when she was sitting on that porch having a conversation with Christine about Christine leaving, and she asked Christine, do you want to have a relationship, beyond this? And Christine was like, no. Hell to the no. Do I want to have a relationship with you? Hell no. To the no, no, no. Yeah, to the no. Hell to the no. She said, hell no. No, whatever. I'm going to try to be polite. I'm not going to cuss. I know, thank you. But see, that's the whole thing. When you look at that, I think that was very parallel to what she's doing to Christina. What is she trying to do? She's actively trying to pull herself back into the center of the conversation. And I think that's where that comes from. Let me just hit some of these super chats real quick because I'm falling behind. Susie Q. Merry Christmas, James. Always love your insight. Throwing a brown insanity. Thank you, Susie Q, with the $10 super chat. Appreciate you so much. I'm sorry I couldn't put you up on the screen, but I get wrapped up and I messed up. I'm still learning the ins and outs of some of these systems. They won't let me go back. Or if I talk too long, it'll erase it. So I can't do it. Big shout out to Pat Clark with the $1.99 super chat. How do I change the amount on super chat? I'm not sure, but I appreciate it either way. Even if you're trying to go down, it's like $1.99. Screw him. Him with his 2 cents, I'm gonna give him 2 cents. But either way, I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Pat, and thank you for asking. I appreciate that. That was nice, and I appreciate your generosity. I do. This thing is still damn Kremlins. This thing is still trying to keep me from pulling it up. Carolyn Askey, okay, with the 1999 super chat. James, I love your lives. I didn't see it either. Okay, I think I got you, Carolyn. I know, Discovery Plus Max, you guys are on my damn list. You're on my list. So I'm going to be talking crap about you. Okay, Teresa Skinner. Yeah, there she is. All right. Teresa Skinner with the 999 super chat. The squeakiest wheel gets greased. That's absolutely true. That's absolutely true. And I think that's one of the skills that she learned. Like, a lot of folks will look at it and say, well, why does Robin keep falling back to that crying stuff? Because it's a skill that she learned, because I think that maybe when she was younger, this is how she got attention, and then she received some success with it. So she just kept doing it. Like, that's usually how bad behavior, good behavior is reinforced and carried through. Susan H. Let me see. You get a little bit of plus on it. Oh, there it is. Susan H. Merry Christmas, James. Merry Christmas. $20 super chat. Merry Christmas, Susan H. And Merry Christmas to everybody here, because I'm not a Grinch. This year I was able to do I'll pull that up by mistake, but it's a right on point. Two Wolves, Big JD. Robin is getting her act in for the judge when she divorces Cody. Yeah, she is. She getting her words down. I'm telling you, because if you watch what she does now, it's very similar to what she was doing before. Like how she did her last husband. And that's kind of funny to me, because especially as we were talking about Cody and how he sees the relationship with David and... Oh, I got to give you guys that juice, too, because I figured that out. My ass speak Codanese. Don't let nobody tell you I don't. That when he was doing that whole thing with David, and he said, like, oh, David needed to come to me, and we'll be standing in the party one day, and then David going to come up and be like, dude, she's crazy. And I'll be like, dude, respect and be loyal to your wife, bro. Because men do that. Men do that all the time. Men don't do that shit. We damn sure don't do it with like exes we don't like. You know what I mean? Like we just don't. I'll never give a. Yeah, I don't care what's happening in my house. I will never go to an ex and be like, she messing up, yo. Fuck that. You know what I mean? Nope. You an ex for a reason. Yeah, I mean half the time, especially if you have somebody who's decent. Like if you got a good person. And, like, you might be disagreeing with them. You might be having problems. But you can see where the other person messed up. The last thing I'm trying to do is mess my relationship up taking your advice. You don't know what the hell you're doing. You lost this good one. So why am I listening to you? You don't know what you doing. Especially when you look at who he with. Like, motherfucker, it's not, I'm pardon my French. Look, it's not like you went out, got rid of Christine, and you messed up your relationship with Christine, and you were able to recover and get somebody equal or greater to, greater, better than. You didn't do that. You cheated down. I don't want to say he cheated down, but he cheated down. Oh, I'm mad at Christine. She took the kids with her. you know what Robin, when she left her last husband, she took the money with her. How about that? Shit. Oh man. Is it Janelle? I hope I got that right. Janelle Silva with the $2 super chat. Merry Christmas, James. Love you, Take On Reality. Thank you so much. I love the fact you guys come and hang out with me, because otherwise I would just be ready to explode. My head would explode from all this craziness that I'm seeing on the screen. Oh, man. All right. So, oh, wait. And I got to get Donna Barnes with the $4.99 super chat. Thank you so much. Give me a little emoji. It's kind of fun. I want to try to get that up. I'll tell you. Oh, wait. Donna Barnes, let's see. Let's reset. Cody gave up on his other wives because Robert wanted it. If she didn't want him, she wanted him to give it up, then he wouldn't. Yeah, I agree with that. Like, we're pushing down the shove. Like, I put a lot of pressure, because it's me. I put a lot of pressure on Cody as to why he leaves these relationships, but I'm under no illusion that a strong driver as to why he's making the decisions that he's making is because of his dealings with Robin and how she pushes him. Like, ultimately he has to make the decision for himself. I grew up Catholic, so when you talk about the devil doesn't make you do anything. God can't make you do anything, at least in that faith system. You could be presented with options or temptations, but it's still your choice. That's freedom of will. Cody has freedom of will. He has freedom of choice. He can decide for himself whether he wants to be, a good man or whether he wants to be Robin's man. Because apparently you can't be both. You can't be Robin's man and a good man, because she wants you to do shit that makes you not be a good person. You're not a good man if you're making decisions based on how Robin will take it and you ignore your other responsibilities, which is your children. If you can, I can't be away from Robin for more than, a few days or a day or two, and I got to get right back home to be with Robin and her children. So I have to ignore my other kids and put my other kids aside. Then for me, by default, that kind of takes you, that takes you out of the running to be considered a good man or a good father. You can't be a good dad some of the time. You have to be a good dad all the time, and that's what you should be striving for. And you recognize, and I'm trying not to get crazy, but you have to be in a situation when it comes down to it, that when you're looking at stuff, you can't say the same is equal. The same is not equal. Okay? Just because, you spend one night with Solomon, Ari, and the other 3 children, and then you go spend one night with Isabel, it's not the same because the needs aren't the same. When Isabel was getting her surgery, she needed and required more attention. Just like if Isabel and Christine's kids are fine and something were to happen to Solomon, my expectation is that Cody, as the father, would concentrate more of his attention onto those children because those kids need him at the time. That's being a parent. You have to make decisions. You have to make those types of decisions. Yeah, it might suck a little bit. Sorry, I can't see you, tuck you in, walk you to school, but your sister needs me. And this is part of where Christine makes the observation that If Robin didn't necessarily want to be a sister wife, this is where I agree with her. Because if she was determined to be a sister wife, then she should want Cody to be with Isabel during her time of need. And even if it was just selfish, even selfishly so, because if something were to happen to my kids, I would want him to be here if my kids needed him. So because that, I'm selfish and I'm a Robin and I don't care about nobody else's children. But just looking forward to it, this is something that I would want, so I'm going to put this in place. That would make sense to me. But, even that's bottom line, like, showing very little character. But it would make way more sense to me than what Robin actually does. Big shout out to Danny Castro. Happy holidays, James. Thanks for all the content you've put out this year. Thank you for watching it. 1999 Super Chat. Thank you, Danny, for watching. I appreciate all you guys for watching it, because to be honest with you, I've been there when I put out content, nobody watches it. I've done that. Been there, done that. I rode that ride, And I do like the fact that all you guys, and especially in the chat, I appreciate the fact that there's so many people that are so positive with one another. The community is growing. Like, we are getting bigger on the channel, and I'm appreciative of that. I'm appreciative to everybody who subscribes to the channel and supports the channel and what we're trying to do here. I appreciate that. I genuinely do. And I recognize that, some channels may be growing faster, but I like our growth and development here because we are more, at least from my perspective, from what I see, it just seems to me that in my chat box, when I look through what's going on, when I can, I'm like trying to jump around. When I look and see what's going on, it's so much positivity in my chat boxes that I'm happy with what I have. It's always easier to look over at your neighbors' yard and be jealous of the things they have going on. But you got to be thankful for what you have going on. Because what's theirs is theirs, and what's yours is yours. So I just see it as, I'm happy for what I have. And if I'm going to have more, then I'll get more. And I'll get it in time when I need it. But right now, I'm growing, I'm developing, I'm learning the software. Because I'm an old dude, and I'm trying to figure this shit out. And it's not as easy. I'm wired different. It would probably be so much easier. If I was born and the internet was already invented, then this probably would be a breeze for me. Like, you know what I mean? She go get my kids to come and help me with my technical stuff. But I got to learn to do it. So I'm in here. All right, big shout out to Jess VM. Exactly, James. Cody is a shit husband and father. I agree. I 100% agree. Love seeing you with Sarah and Reality Amanda earlier this week. So much fun, and we will be doing it again. So make sure you check that out. Thank you so much, Jess, for the $5 super chat. But yeah, we're going to be doing it again. We're already in talks. We already got plans. We plan on dropping something right after Christmas. Like I said, I think it's the 20th. Where's my phone? I'm going to tell you guys now. You guys are going to get the scoop. What the hell? Watching these workout videos is ridiculous. And my phone be on 10. But I'm going to give you guys a scoop now. And because Sarah is super cool. Like, if you guys are not subscribed to her channel, I encourage you to go subscribe. Reality Squad. She does a lot of cool stuff. And, it's easy. I want to try to do it as well. It's very easy that when you're coming up on YouTube, it seems like it's a huge competition. But the truth of the matter is there's enough content out here, and there's people who watch whatever content you put out, whether it's workout videos, social influencers, commentaries, reactors, whatever. There's enough people who are interested in this stuff for you that they consume it across board. So people who watch me, watch Amanda, watch Pop Psych, watch, Backyard Barbie. Like, I watch a lot of those guys. So, it's enough for everybody. And there's no reason why we should sit up here and bicker amongst each other and do the hate mail and the what do you call them, rival videos or whatever. Like this is internet. Like what are we doing? Like unless you plan on pulling up to somebody's house, like there's no point in you getting online threatening each other. I've seen a lot of the internet beefs and stuff. It's kind of crazy to me. But I mean, obviously, if somebody says something, you got to say it back, whatever. But we will be doing some stuff on the on Tuesday the 26th at 7. It'll be kind of like the sister lives. So if you guys aren't doing anything on the 26th, I knew the date. I wasn't sure at the time. But yeah, it's 7 o'clock. If you guys are in the house, make sure you swing through because we have a lot of fun. Like I said, Amanda and Sarah, super cool people. They're very fun. Like the people that you see on screen, to my experience so far, are the people that I've talked to offline. Like that's who they are. So it's cool. Like I've worked in an industry where that hasn't been the case. You know what I mean? A lot of cool experiences. I can't really hate on that. Had a lot of really cool experiences with a lot of folks. And there's been a couple times you're like, wow, I thought that person was really cool, but apparently they're kind of a jerk. Kind of a dick. So, I mean, I've been on both sides of that. Oh, wow. Continually counting chickens. Said she's late. They late because I'm late. I just finished watching it. What the fizz? I ran over here as fast as I could. Oh no, is it over? It is not over. Because guess what? Continually counting chickens. I wasn't able to see the shit. TLC got me again. They got me. I was ready to watch it. Don't get me started. Michelle Littlefield said, oh my gosh, I just realized it's the 22nd. That's right, you got 3 days to get it together. Or some people gonna get some Wawa or Sheets or the local convenience gift card, the 7-Eleven gift card. Here you go. Yeah, you got $10 on that. So go ahead and get some sodas and stuff. They selling pizza now. It's awesome. Oh wow. Becky said, I like the picture of Coyote Pass in 2043. A huge city in the background and Coyote Pass is still undeveloped. Robin's picnic table is covered in moss. And she's sitting at it. Like just I'm dreaming on my sister walls. When are they coming home? Oh man. Yeah, but because what was I saying about Cody? Yeah, with Cody, it slipped my mind, so I'm sure I'll come back to it. But yeah, guess what, y'all? We got some stuff here that I wanted to hit up. Oh yeah. We're gonna have to get into that. Oh no, I didn't upload. Damn it. Damn you. TLC did it again. Yeah, Carmen Harper says he'd like to see a show with TLC where the OG3 resolve their issues and screw off Cody and Robin. Vixen, I ditched my movie for you. Oh, Vixen. You be watching the cinema. Okay. Yeah. But you know what? I think that there's room there. Like, and maybe if they hear TLC, if you hear, that would be an idea. Have the OG3 try to resolve their issues, because I think that that's something that a lot of people are willing and interested in seeing, especially like between Mary and Christine and Janelle, because Mary is the odd one out. Like, of the three of them, Christine and obviously Janelle, they have a relationship, but you know, they're in just a weird space. with that. So, but the problem is with Mary, she's in such a weird place that, I was watching somebody earlier. Somebody had sent me a link for another channel. And I'm sorry, I forget. I wanted to give them a shout out. I can't remember who they were. But it's like an older couple. And they sound like they might be from the southern region. But they had like kind of an interesting tape. Small channel. But I wanted to give them a shout out. I'll probably do a video and give them a shout out. But they had an interesting point when it came to Cody, or Mary. Just from the respect of, it's hard to deal with somebody who has done the wrong thing. Like, you guys have that person in your life who was kind of a shit person early on, and then something happens to them where they all of a sudden change their ways, and then they want you to forget how they used to treat you. You know what I mean? I think that's kind of where Mary is. Like she was kind of rough with him, and it would create a lot of problems, and she kind of bullied him a little bit. But because Cody had moved past her, and maybe he was even getting bullied by Mary. I kind of get the feeling that Cody was even being bullied by Mary. And he moved past her because he now has Robin, and he's happy with Robin. So he's like, screw you, Mary. I'm out. And, now Mary's trying to beg her way back into the family, but nobody wanted her because of the way that she used to treat him. And we're kind of in a weird position because we catch Mary at a point where she was at her weakest state in the relationship, and she had no power because her power was stripped out. So she becomes a little more sympathetic. But with that being said, I guess a long story long, I'm just trying to come around to the idea that there is more likely than not things with Mary that none of us are really taking into account. Especially people who are like, I don't understand why people hate Mary. Because there might be more to the story than just, Cody was treating her like shit and ignoring her, and that's why she was out catfishing. So, I mean, I get it. But everybody's entitled to like the character they like. That's why they typically have an ensemble. It's kind of like a boy band. Like, if you look at boy bands, they always have like the tough guy, the pretty boy, the sensitive one, the sexy one. They always kind of break it out. And the reason they do that is a marketing ploy, because they try to market out to as many, like, they're girls who like the bad boy, so they got a boy for that. They're girls who like the quiet one, they got a boy for that. The nerdy one, they got a boy for that. So you just try to meet everybody's fantasy. And I think that Mary serves that purpose. Like, the wives there's enough diversity within the sister wife family that it gives people at least somebody to kind of like or be drawn towards. Maybe what if it's like a personality test, like, which sister wife do you like? And you can tell what kind of person they are based on the sister wife they choose. Maybe that's like a thing, have to hit somebody up for that. Judy SG, I get it, because why advocate for the people clearly in the wrong? And I think that that's part of the problem with the whole idea of pushing Cody out front. That's why I pulled that up. Because when you push Cody up front and you push Mary to the front, in a weird way, and I think this is where it burns a lot of the audience members who watch the show. It feels like, because so much time and attention is donated or given to that negative energy, it feels like we're pushing them up and rewarding them for being bad. Like you're being rewarded and given more money, given more airtime because you're a shit person. So we're going to go ahead and throw more money and heap more onto you because you're a terrible person. And so I think that that's part of the conflict that so many people have, even with the idea of giving Cody and Robin their own show. Because you're rewarding them for being a bad person. Like, the truth of the matter is, could they have an interesting show? Yeah, because there's shit people and they're a fucking disaster. Pardon my French. Okay? They're a damn disaster. Both of them are horrible with money. As much as I talk about, like, how bad Robin is with money, Cody is terrible with money. Terrible, as Charles Barkley would say. He's terrible with money. Because if you look at what Cody did, Like, even just the simple stuff. When we first met Cody, Cody is sitting there in a sports car with like 13 children, and he got a 2-seater sports car, and he thought that was a good investment. The other cars riding around on baloney skins, motors blowing up. You turn the key, the engine drop out the damn thing. Like, you know what I mean? But he's got a luxury sports car because he's bad with money. And especially, it makes it even more damaging when he purports to be the leader of the family, but you're making horrible financial decisions for the family using the family funds to do it. It wouldn't even be so bad if he was just taking his food money, grocery money, and going out and buying stuff. But that's not what he's doing. He'll take family money and go invest family money in horrible business deals. And then turn around and be mad. But big shout out to Rochelle J with the $2 super chat. Pathetic is still pathetic. Smash that like. What is ISWIS? Is with sister wife is the shit. I don't know what that means. But yes, please smash that like button. We were setting records the other day. Well, at least personal records. I know other channels are bigger than mine. They were like, oh, that's what, a couple hundred people like your stuff. That's nice. 1,000 people like your stuff. That's sweet. But it's a record for me, damn it. You know what I mean? Like I said, I'll be happy with my stuff. I'm thankful for my blessings. And that, you know what? The season's greeting, that would be my message. Be thankful for the stuff that you get. Don't worry about what anybody else get. Be thankful. Be happy for your stuff. Because even with because I had a whole thing. Actually, yeah, here it is. Like there was a point where Robin had said that during the holidays, and I still hold on to that. I missed it. I think I dropped it out. Where Robin had came in. Hold on, I think I got the clip. There we go.
I don't care what anybody else is doing. They're not. That's just a cheap version of what our family was. I don't care how many presents you give. And I don't care how many special foods you make, or how many fancy houses you rent, or anything like that. It's a cheap version. And these kids, they know it.
And they knew it. These kids, and they knew it. It's a cheap version. And like I said, I think I said this in the last video. I know I said it earlier. But I'll repeat it because I think it does do with repeating. The ironic part about it is, yeah, I did do it for the live. So, because people were writing, it's a wonderful life. This reminds me of like the It's a Wonderful Life story, where you so worried about what somebody else is doing and comparing your life and what's happening with them, that you can't focus on your own blessings, the things that you have going on in your life that are positive. And when you look at like Robin, she's so focused on what, these women's apples, she's not appreciating her orange. Stings, don't it? Stings, don't it? When that shoe's on the other foot, it hurt like a mother, don't it? Well, these shoes is tight. Ain't that what you said in season 16, tell all? Ain't that what you said? They so worried about my apple that they not appreciating their orange. They got an orange. Stop worrying about my apple. Well, stop worrying about what these ladies are doing with their kids. Why don't you enjoy your kids and your family? You fought, you struggled, you connived, you backstabbed, slick backed, everything. To get this man all to yourself, you won. You won. You got everything you wanted. Now, the problem is, you got everything you wanted. You got everything you wanted, and you don't like it. This is like an old time nerdy thing, nerds versus geek. This is the old time nerds thing. Star Trek. You a grown ass man quoting Star Trek? Yes, I am. A lot of life lessons in Star Trek. There was an episode where Spock, he had this lady, he was promised to marry her, and the woman had tried to set him up so that he could get killed. And, you know, Spock is logical. And so he get in a death fight with this man that she's screwing around with. He beats him. And he said, you know what? You can have her. I don't want her. And he said, you know, that was pretty logical. Because if I'd have got killed, then you would have got rid of me. And you could have kept him. If I'd have killed him, you know I don't want to be here. And so I would leave anyway. And you would get, either way, you would get what you want. And he told the dude, he was like, just remember, having isn't the same thing as wanting. And I always carried that around. And I think that that's exactly where Robin is. You know, kind of goes to the old saying, be careful what you ask for because you just might get it. When you sitting there backstabbing and conniving and shit talking, because yes, I believe Robin was shit talking Christine. As much as Cody sits there and talks about Christine, crap talking him and Robin, y'all two were sitting there talking about these women. The only difference is they won. So you crap talked them, you backstabbed them, you finally got this man to yourself, and now you don't want him because he's coming home every day. You know what I mean? So I think that's where you find out about it at. But ultimately, she got what she wanted, but she's not happy with the things you have. You wanted to have the big house. You have the big house. You had a big, expensive, beautiful home. You have the man. You have the sister wives' money or access to it. You have land in your name. But you have all these fancy things. And it doesn't mean anything. Because you won't be happy unless you're around me. How insane is that? Because that's what I felt like she was trying to say. That these kids and the sister wives will never be happy unless they have her approval and they're sitting with her and sitting with Cody. Like, I think that's kind of where she was with that. I'm going to give myself a little more light on the subject, which is crazy. Oh, Christina K said, yeah, blaming her for not keeping sweet. That's right. Okay, let's talk about that. Christina K. That's Susan H. I often wonder if Mary behaved the way she did because of the pure frustration of dealing with Cody. Because it's clear Mary isn't the huge villain that she's being portrayed to be. Well, see, I think that it's... I think that there's so many people with such bad behavior that you might get a little bit of a break in comparison. Hey, you benefit from the relative nature of the situation. I think that Mary, because of her upbringing, and I will give you that, I think that because of her upbringing, coming up in this church, in this system, she was brought up to believe that you should love a certain way. You should be a certain way as you move through these relationships. And part of that certain way is, you know, was Cody attracted to Mary? And I'd asked this question even earlier, even now that he comes out like, I never loved them. I've always kind of surmised, and I think I've even said it in previous videos, that it is very possible that Cody loved the situation. See, guys who have a little more experience, guys and girls, who have a little more experience, it's a little harder to trick them with the fugazi. Like, the fugazi is, fake is really what it means. But the fugazi in this situation, in the sexual marketplace, is when somebody promises you certain things, like they say that they're into a lot of freaky deaky. I like the freaky deaky. You know, I'm a lady in the streets and the freak in the sheets. I like to do this. And girls, I love boys, girls, everything, you know. And they draw you in with all these promises of this excitement. And if you don't have the mentality or you're inexperienced, you tend to focus on that as opposed to focus on the things that you actually need to focus on in order to be in a relationship, a healthy relationship with these people. With Mary, I say that to say this. With Mary, it's very possible that when Cody first met her, see, we are going to do a bit of a retrospective. Look back. So when Cody met Mary, it's very possible that he was looking for somebody who was into the whole polygamy stance, into that religion, into taking multiple wives. Mary seemed to be willing to take multiple wives or expand the family. So that was a plus for her. You know, at the time when she was younger, she might have been, to be piggish. And this is piggish. I acknowledge that. But she may have been, to him, one of the easier on the eyes ladies. Like ladies who are a little easier on the eyes, better looking. You know, and looks a certain way, and she's willing to do this. And this is the thing that I want her to do. So I'm looking for quantity. And she's willing to give me that quantity that I want, so she becomes a prospective mate. And he marries her based on that, not based on her personality, not based on their connectivity, not based on their ability to come together, none of that. So he's basing his decisions to be with her based on how she moves in that space. And that doesn't serve him. And I don't think that served him well. And because of that, when she married Cody, she was into Cody. I don't think she married Cody because he was going to be a guy that was going to marry a bunch of women for her. She was into Cody. And something that I always say is, and I tell my daughter all the time, I tell my son too, especially he's getting old enough now to start trying to date. So I tell them all the time that never agree to something that you don't agree with. Don't go along with something because you want an opportunity to be with somebody. So you just kind of go along with the thing that they propose. So if she's into Cody wants to take another wife, but you're not really feeling it, even though you're part of that religion, it's part of your belief system, part of your culture. I get that. And she's kind of pushed to do it, not only by Cody, but by everybody else around her. But I don't think she was ever into it. And that's part of the problem. Like, if she's not really feeling it, and then Cody is like looking around for new wives, and he's becomes enamored with these other women, and he's trying to grow his family as he promised. Just because she agreed to it doesn't mean that she's all of a sudden she's going to stop feeling the way she does. And any feeling of jealousy is going to negatively impact all the other relationships. And that is where she could start the relationships out having a good heart, being a good person, and wanting the best for her relationship. But when you start trying to bring other women in, to be honest with you, and I'm not saying this is a failing just of her, because to be honest with you, if I was sitting in the same situation she's sitting in, and my lady came in and started talking about, yeah, James, we're going to bring some more dudes in, and she was determined to do it, that, you know what I mean? I'm going to feel a certain kind of way about that shit. I'm going to feel a certain kind of way about it. Yeah, I'm going to be jealous. You know? Yeah, I'm going to be jealous. No, I'm not going to be, oh, okay, that's fine. Yeah. I don't care because we agreed to it. No, hell no. Hell no, I'm jealous. I'm going to go spend time with Tom. No, you're not. Well, I tell you what, you go in over Tom's house, when you get back here, that key ain't working. He'll be trying to climb through the window because that key ain't good for that door no more. In fact, you can take that door with you. I'm going to put a whole new door on the house. I'm not changing the locks. I'm changing the doors. You leave, you go over more than 3 days, you going to come back, ain't going to be no rugs on the floor, bitch. I'm taking the fucking painting off the walls. I'm taking the light fixtures. I'm taking everything. You done messed up. And I can see, Mary being in that situation, even though she has social pressures. I can see her being in a situation like, Cody, your ass walk out of here. Ooh, I'm so mad. And then she's trying to be cool. She's trying to be understanding. She's trying to get over the jealousy. Trying to keep sweet and pray or whatever the hell they say. She's trying to do all these things. And then Cody brings in the wife, Janelle. He's spending time with Janelle. He's attracted to Janelle. Janelle apparently doing them things. She putting the hammers to his ass. And they living in an apartment, a house. You can hear what's going on next door when you know she's slinging that thing on him. You know, she can hear all that. She hear that he having a good time with somebody else, and that affects her. And then you have another wife come in, and she has needs because everybody's young and healthy. So everybody got needs, and everybody hearing everybody else. So yeah, there's going to be times when these women are going to be jealous of one another because they're not ready or equipped to deal with this type of situation. This thing is hard. Like, I'm not even going to sit there and pretend like it's just something easy to do. This shit is hard. Like, trying to be in a polygamous relationship, it's not for the weak or the sane. Like, you'd have to be a little bit of crazy, in my perspective. I mean, I'm sure there are people who can do it. Maybe they have like healthy relationships all the way around. But to me, it just seems really hard. It seems like a lot of work for a little bit of benefit. Let's give a shout out to Sandra. Oh, okay, I was able to get his son. Try again. 499 super chat. Try again. Uh-oh. Oh, you disagree with my assessment of marriage situation? Try again. Let's see. Let's see. No, Amy Willie, you're not late. We up in here. Dawn Clark, welcome, Dawn. Oh, Dawn Clark. That's a good one. Dawn Clark said, I'm of the belief, though, that it's better to be late than pregnant. Oh, man. It's funny stuff. It's better to be late than pregnant. You know, that's right. I'm sure there's plenty of times when Cody was sitting there saying that. Like, what? Aunt Flo ain't show up? Well, maybe you're just late. Maybe she's late for the party. Like, she ain't coming. Next thing you know, 13 times. Yeah, but we'll talk about, let me see. We'll call this over. Yeah, I wanted to... Yeah, David Johnson. Dropping that, said that Robin stole her first husband from her sister. Is that true? Don't name your child Robin. LOL. Robin and Cheatham's. Yeah, you know what? Robin Cheatham and how? Like, she's a piece of work. I've heard that. I think it was David Johnson. To answer your question, I heard that as well. I think that came from Crystal Ball. She does a lot of work in the area, like in this space. Apparently she knows a few of the people. Like, she knows Preston's, David Preston, that's Robin's ex. She knows that family, or she's at least talked to them. And she was the one, I think, that first reported, at least the first one I heard report that. So she came out and said that Robin stole her ex-husband from her sister by sleeping. You know, she threw that thing on him, threw the chapel on him, and she got pregnant. And then all of a sudden, because she was pregnant, they had to get married, and so she was able to get her sister's boyfriend at the time away from her by getting pregnant, which is very disturbing if you consider the fact that she stood in that one, I think it was season 6 or 7, when they had the talk, the cringe talk, when she stood during one of their service sessions, and she stood in the front of the thing talking about David Preston came along and he took it from her. And that is crazy as hell. That's crazy as hell. Because if she came in and she went after this dude, slept with him, purposely got pregnant so that she could take him away, only to go back later and essentially claim that this dude violated her, you're a terrible person on a few levels. Oh, wow. Somebody asked for my craziest conspiracy theory on this show. My true take on this show. What is my craziest conspiracy theory? I think that the wives, there is the craziest thing that has crossed my mind. No proof for it. No evidence to support it. But I think that the show and the power of the show is more prescient than anybody gives it credit for. Like, it's more present than anybody really focuses on. Like, a lot of decisions that are made have production in mind. Like, so Robin asking for the wives to come and meet with her off camera. That's pressing about the production of the show. Like, there's a lot of reasons I could say that she would do that, just, individually and as a person, why she would do that. A lot of it would be because of something that she's lacking as far as her security. But I think that the argument could also be made that when she's sitting on the porch and saying, Christine, can we maintain a relationship after this? Like, because I consider you my sister wife. The name of the show is Sister Wives. So when she sits there, no, you can't say that. Mary's not my sister wife. She's my sister wife. I think that the show plays a big part of that because she needs to have that outlet of Mary being around. It's not just the money. Like, the money isn't just the money that Mary puts into the bank account, but it's the show money. The money that comes in her name and her kid's name and Cody's name that gets put into that bank account. Because that's primarily what, from my understanding, that's primarily what Cody and her are living off of, is a TLC money. And she's sucking as much money from the other wives, obviously, as she can. But that's just cream. Like, the true meal, the true cake, is actually the TLC check. So a lot of the decisions I think that both her and Cody make are based on their ability to keep pulling from that TLC. I'm about to say the TLC teat, but essentially that's what it is. Like, that's where they eat. That's where what's feeding them. So my biggest conspiracy theory for the show, I think, is that they engage and they endure a lot of the dysfunctional relationships that they have based on their need and greed to be on the show. So Cody, I think, would love to just be able to get a show. And you want a crazy conspiracy theory? Here's my craziest conspiracy theory. I believe, I don't have proof, evidence, I don't have anything. This is just my suspicion. My suspicion is that Cody and Robin have both taken turns going down talking to that producer of the show about getting their own spinoff show. And I think that they've been doing that shit for years. Well before Christine left. I think they were started doing it before they even got to Vegas. I think they might have even did it like within that first, maybe second season that Cody was trying to pitch. Like, what if one of us leave and the other wives don't want to be here, but you have a real love story between the two of us and like how we life after polygamy. I think Cody was pitching that show years ago. I do. Because Cody was too reticent. Because even from like the season one, like thank you so much. Because now that I'm even putting my mind to it and I'm really thinking about it, Cody was pushing What If the Wives Leave all the way back season one. all the way back in season 1, the wives choose to leave. They can. I'm not holding them. This ain't no prison, etc., etc. And I always took that as, okay, he doesn't care if they leave because I'm looking at it through the lens of the show. If they leave, then he has Robin. He gets to be with Robin because she got him twisted out, right? She done threw that thing on him. He twisted out. She done whooped him. So he's all about her. But I think ultimately he was also looking at it from the perspective of, if I can leave with Robin, then I'm no longer, if I can, especially, a lot of people don't understand how show production works, especially when they start getting into it. If they look at it and say, if they're paying, say, $1 million for the show, or we'll bring it down to easier numbers, $100,000 for the show. With 5 people, that's $20,000 a piece. Like most criminal organizations, you start trying to knock off your partners, right? So instead of you splitting it 5 ways, if you can knock off, 3 of your partners, OG3, if you can knock off 3 of your partners, instead of you getting 1/5 of the take, you now get 50% of the take. And since the 2 of you are in love and you going to be together, now you have access to 100% of the money coming in. And you don't have to do any explaining. You don't have to do any bargaining. And I update let's update the My Little Theory, because we talking crazy. Can we talk? Can we talk just between us? Don't tell nobody. Because if you update it and you look back at, because you can always tell patterns by how people act and people do things. Because people going to be who they are. They're going to do what they do. When Cody was talking about doing the Sister Wife's Closet, and this is during the Shark Tank episodes, when he was talking about doing the Shark Tank episodes, what did he say about that money? He was trying to get $2 million. And at one point it came up that Janelle, they started asking about the CFO position, the Chief Financial Officer. That's the person who's in charge of the money. That's what Cody was afraid of. And that's also when he sat there and said during that same discussion, he sat there and said, I'm supposed to be the leader of this family. When have I ever been able to make a decision without having to go through everybody? When have I ever been able to choose to do something without having to ask people's permission? And he threw that whole hissy fit because he wanted to be able to spend that money however he chose to spend that money, and didn't want to have to go back and ask permission, ask for advice, or ask for counsel on anything with regard to that sister wife investment. And then on top of that, because you do what you do, and it is what it is, on top of that, him and Robin were sitting there saying that she should be the CFO, the person who's going to check the books on where the money is being spent. The $2 million he was hoping to get from the investors. He was saying to Robin, I want you to be the CFO because the CFO is the person who does the money or checks the books. No, they're the ones that control the money, Robin. So you should be that person. Do you guys remember that? I should have pulled the damn clip. I would do it, but they'll take this shit down. But there's an episode where he said that. They were sitting there talking to Nancy, the therapist, about the CFO position. And that's when I realized that Cody has no idea what these... He doesn't know what the CEO does. He doesn't know what the CFO does. He thinks the CEO is king. Like, they get to just decide to do whatever they want to do. CFOs don't get to do that shit. They have to answer to the board of directors. They got shareholders to answer to. They got stockholders that they have to abide to. And they could be fired. Like, you could fire a CEO. So it's not like they get to just go in there and be like, yes, I'm going to give myself a $50 million bonus. Like, they don't. Shit has to be approved. So Cody didn't want to have the checks and the balances. And I say all that to say this, that it makes sense to me that if he was trying to get that sister wife money to himself, that's exactly the conversation that he would have. That's the exact conversation he would have if he was trying to get his own show. I want to have my own show. I want to be able to control the money. I want to be able to decide where the money is spent. I want to be able to get more of the money and not have to deal with them. This is like the person who is gold digger. And, if she could ever, if a gold digger, girl or guy, because there are guy gold diggers, if they could ever get rid of the person with the money and just have the money, they will 100% do that. They will 100% get rid of the other person who has the money. They're there for the money. They're there for the check. They're there for the power. They're not there to hang out with them and make them happy. And I kind of get that feeling. To be honest with you, I had that feeling a long time about Cody and Robin. Cody, that would be my warning to Cody. Cody, she's not here for you. She's here for the money. She's here for the opportunity. So if she can ever figure out how to do it without you, she gonna backstab your ass. The crazy part about it is that when you live your life like that, there's an old saying, like when it comes to cheating, how you get your man is how you lose your man. How you get your woman is how you lose your woman. If you get them through cheating and finagling, if you get rich through cheating and finagling, if you get a possession because you were stealing, the people around you and who helped you don't trust you because they know you will do that. If you cheat on me or you cheat with me, then I know you'll cheat on me. If you help me steal, then I'm not going to go in cahoots with somebody plan on stealing something. And we're going to go in there, we're going to get the money, we're going to take the big bag of gold, and then I'm going to give it to you and trust you to go home, get off work, clock out, and you go home and I finish my shift. Bump that. We going together. Or if you want to leave, you leave, I'll hold the gold. How about that? Oh, because you ain't going nowhere without the bag. Right, because we don't trust each other. And with Robin, if Cody is planning on doing this to his sister wives, and Robin is helping him, then Cody, you need to wake the hell up because Robin is going to do that shit to you too. It's just a matter of time. If she can use you to knock off the sister wives, then she only got one person to deal with, dummy. So that's my crazy conspiracy theory. Like, that was a long ass answer, James. I try to give you what you like. Big shout out to YouTube is my time machine. What's up? Merry Christmas. Cody and Robin are so hated by fans. I hope TLC never gives them a spinoff. $5 super chat. Thank you. YouTube is my time machine. And you know what? Here's the crazy thing about it. When it comes to reality shows, here I'll move over a little bit so I'm not sitting in my chat box. When it comes to reality shows, that's exactly what happens. Unfortunately, if you're on a reality show, there's a possibility that the villain will always get that show first. So, as much as it bothers me that bad behavior might be rewarded with Cody and Robin, I'm sure that they're pitching that show. They're pitching the hell out of that show. And based on, and I'm going to take it back. I'm sorry, I got to. Oh, baby, I got to. Based on TLC's business decisions, thank you, TLC, for blocking me out of being able to see the damn show tonight. Based on these decisions, thank you, TLC, for my Discovery Plus people who couldn't watch the tell-all on Sunday or the day it aired because you guys failed to upload it on a Disney Plus. Those type of business damn decisions lead me to believe that these fools might actually give Cody and Robin their own show, and not only give them their own show, put their show on a prime spot and put the show with Janelle and Christine on like a Substack slot. Where they come on at like 4 o'clock in the morning on a Tuesday and put like Robin and Cody on like prime time Sunday spots. So based on that business decision, I can see it. So don't be too surprised. YouTube is my time machine. I thank you for the super chat. And thank you, welcome. And unfortunately, I can see them doing it. Especially, it's my understanding that Cody has a relationship with the producer. Like, apparently, he's a damn neighbor. So I'm sure he's sitting over there chit chatting him and hollering in his ear. Let's see, Vixen. That's exactly what I thought, James. I got the vibe that from Christine about her history. She knows Christine, knows Robin's history, and it's some bad shit. It's the money, yeah. I believe that. I think it's the money. It's the money, honey. Follow the money. Yeah, you know what? Tina Cook, she said TLC always loves their villains. You know what? And here's the thing. I'm going to kind of retread a little bit of stuff that I talked about before. But, you know, when pushing out a shove, I've always said this. Like, if you guys ever have an opportunity to go on TLC, and this isn't just me bashing TLC, this is just real talk. If you ever have an opportunity to go on TLC, one of their reality shows or whatever, and there is, they're putting you on with somebody, it is your responsibility to protect yourself going on there. You are responsible for your own safety because TLC will not look out for you at all. TLC will put you in some dangerous situations. The big example I have, there was a guy, Jeffrey Paschal, on 90 Day Fiance. I used to have his picture and stuff loaded up. But Jeffrey Paschal, if you look it up, his name is spelled P-A-S-H-E-L. If you look up, matter of fact, I'll type it in the chat. If you look up Jeffrey Paschal, he was a guy from 90 Day Fiance. Real talk. This guy married a bunch of times before, convictions, drug convictions, all kinds of stuff. Made it sound like, oh yeah, I got in trouble when I was a kid, blah, blah, blah. Now I've changed. He's a, good looking enough dude. And, yeah, he decent enough looking guy. Seemed like that quiet, innocent dude. Pretty good looking, southern charm. Because I think he was from North Carolina or whatever. And this guy was going 90 Day Fiance. He's going over to Moscow to meet this girl that he's talking to. He's going to propose to and try to bring her back to the United States. Now, 2 weeks prior to him leaving filming with TLC, he was arrested for, what's the way I can say it? Graping, violently and brutally graping and kidnapping his then fiance, whom he was cheating on his current wife with. So this fool was married. He was full on freaking married, cheating on his wife with a fiance who he had, like, the two of them went out and got loaded. He got drunk. He got upset with her off for something stupid, like some dumbass, ridiculous reason. He got mad at her, knocked her out, beat the hell out of her, raped her, beat the hell out of her again till she blacked out again, raped her, dragged her into the bathroom, scrubbed her down in the shower, knocked her ass out again, and then said that she could leave the next day. It was crazy. It was crazy. She went to the police. He got arrested. He was out on bail. This fool was out of jail with a case, a full active case against him. Got on a plane, went to Moscow, and was filming with TLC. TLC, you have to watch yourself. There's another guy, Ben. I did a video about him, Ben and Jeffrey. I forget Ben's last name. But this guy was like he was supposed to be like a former preacher. He met this girl. He's like 54, I think at the time, 54, 55 years old. He met this girl. She was like 20, named Mahogany, down in Peru. She's talking about, I don't want you to come down. He's like, I'm coming anyway. All kinds of mess. This dude was all kinds of messy. They finished filming. He wound up coming back. He went back down there, secretly filmed him with this girl Mahogany, came back up, got arrested because apparently, like, he crashed his car. He got arrested for a DUI, high as hell. His story was, I went to a hotel room to minister to some homeless guys. They gave me some wine to drink. Like, who goes to a hotel and drink wine with hobos? What kind of lunatic? So he go there and drink some wine, and apparently it's something in the wine. When he left, he wasn't feeling right. He's driving home. He go to the hotel, and apparently he's in the hotel for 2 days. And then when he leaves the hotel, I know it don't make no sense. Don't try. He leaves the hotel, and he's still high, and he gets in a car accident. Here's my thing. Off rip. If anybody gives you a Mickey, and you are still high 2 days later, to the point where you are completely inebriated and you can't drive, you are going to die. Like, you know, you are not going to be okay. Like, you are not going to be okay. If they gave you that much to where, like, 2 days later you still jacked out, you are not okay. They poisoned you. You know what I mean? And that's the thing. That was like my big thing was if you ever in a situation where, and that's why I was telling my daughter, like if you ever in a situation, first of all, don't be taking no drinks with somebody. You don't watch them pour it, you don't drink that shit. The second thing, don't never leave your cups unattended. You know, running the whole game. There it is. Ben Rathburn. Thank you. 90 Day Fiance. LA Gabe Emes. Thank you. Got me. See, y'all got my back. Yep, that's him. Jim Bob Duggar, another one. But if you go somewhere and you ain't pour that shit, you ain't bring the booze, you ain't see him pour it, you ain't see him open it, that's another thing. Make sure you see him open it. And then you pour it yourself if you can. Check the glass, make sure the glass ain't laced. Like, you gotta be careful with folk. You know what I mean? It's a shame that it's like that, but that's just the truth of the matter. You gotta be careful with folk. But if you start feeling funny, you call 911 immediately. You call 911 immediately because you need to get your stomach pumped now. Because these people ain't doctors. They call themselves slipping you a Mickey because they trying to get you tipsy and they mess around and kill your ass. You know, no. You call 911 immediately. Like, if he was feeling funny, like I sit there and I drink with some guys and I start feeling a little weird, when I leave, all right, man, I gotta go. Because I'll be thinking y'all trying to rob me. And maybe y'all trying to do some freak stuff to me. I don't know. But I know that they ain't good for me because nobody give you a Mickey because they trying to give you a good time. Especially if they ain't got money for housing or nothing to take care of themselves. But they just go out and put some money together, get some dope, and they giving it to you unwillingly. They ain't got nothing good for you. So, yeah, I'm getting up. I'm going outside. I'm calling 911. Tell police, send somebody immediately. I need to go to the hospital. And that's what should have been done. But Duggar, like when you listen to what was going on in the Duggar household, you can't tell. Like, look, and this is where TLC should have tightened their shit up. Because what I was about to say, and I'm probably going to say it now just to say I'm probably wrong in my assumption. But just for saying it, but the point is that with them around as much as they're around, you would think that they would be aware of certain things going on in these households with these kids. And somebody should know something. Or there could have been an indication that something more was going on. Because you're having these conversations with these people. It's not like they just there for like an afternoon and they do a quick shot or a film. They're in these people's houses for months and months and months. And because they depend on the run of the show, they could be in their house for years. And you never had a conversation. Nobody thought something was weird going on with these people and these children. And so you gotta, like, you go on these shows, especially you mess around with TLC, because TLC is the one that I'm most focused on right now, I guess. Maybe it happens on other shows, but you gotta watch your people. You gotta watch your people. When I was doing some things, like I mentioned during the last live, I had a few opportunities where, like I said, if you've seen or heard my voice in a movie or whatever, it probably was me. But people used to ask me about getting into television shows and things like that. And I used to tell them, like, especially with their kid, oh, my baby is a good actor, or, they'd be great for TV or whatever the case may be. And I would always tell them, like, you want to make sure that if you take your kid somewhere, you watch your kids. You stay with your kids. You look at shows like, in the 70s, 80s, that shows different strokes. You had a lot of those young stars, even from Nickelodeon into the Mouse shows. A lot of those kids were coming out complaining about adults trying to treat them like adults. And so you want to make sure that, especially when you have these strangers in your house, these camera crew, it's not just the family, but you got to watch, all these producers and all these camera people, sound guys, makeup people. You got to watch everybody when you expose your kid to that. So I don't know. I could go all night about talking about that stuff. Was that the reason the show got canceled is because of CSAM? Oh, question of viewers want answers. Will Cody get a new hairstyle? Does Christine own a toaster? Are you serious? That wasn't... No. Are you serious? Was that what they were asking? Anybody who watched the show, were they asking questions about Cody's hairstyle and whether Christine had a damn toaster? Those were the questions? Yeah, one of the families is related. Michelle Littlefield. Yeah, one of the families, the bald head guy. The guy, anybody who's familiar with, they asked a question about Aspen's husband and whether he was related to somebody else on one of the other Seeking Sister Wives show. That's another show on TLC. Yes, there's a family with a bald head guy. He had 3 wives, I think, and they were trying to date this young girl, and I think she was on the stuff too. That's another thing. TLC's been pulling up from some people who have narcotic issues. But she was on the show. One of the wives is actually related to Aspen's husband. I think it's one of the wives. I think it's one of his sisters. Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. Dawn Clark just confirmed it. Yeah, I think that's how it worked. They're all related when you start looking. Yeah, they are. Karen said, that's the crazy thing about like a lot of the Seeking Sister Wives stuff. Everybody is like, Seeking Sister Wives and the polygamy thing, everybody's related, which makes it such bullcrap when Cody tries to roll out to the rest of us. That, I had no idea who Robin was and we had never met, blah, 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 blah. Robin is married to, her ex-husband is Christine's first cousin. Like, all these people kind of know each other. So the idea that Robin had no idea about this TV show and she didn't know that they were about to be on the show and she had to decide whether this is something she wanted to do, I don't believe that shit. That's if you want to talk about conspiracy theories, I don't think that Robin was under any false impression that Cody and them weren't going to be on a TV show. It's even been reported or speculated that Robin actually left her husband because there was a possibility that Cody was going to be on the show. And so she had to make herself available so that she can get on the show too. So she outed her husband. She peaced out on him. See you. Lizzie B in the house. What's up? James, sorry I'm late. Oh, no, don't worry about that. Please smash the like button, everybody. Lizzie B with the $5 super chat. Thanks, Lizzie B. Yeah, I was trying to get to you today, but I got screwed over, so I had to do a lot of editing for my for this live tonight. Oh, which reminds me. There was a point, because for those who are not familiar, as I kind of talked about earlier with Just Scrapping, who sent me an email about the show. I got monitors everywhere. Okay. So it's Saucy Soap. Make sure you guys hit that like button. Yeah, thank you. I'll be forgetting. That's right. Lizzie B and Rochelle J, just scrapping this guy's be reminding me. James, you need to tell people to hit the like button. Big knucklehead. Oh yeah. Whoa. Yeah, Vixen. She just had one. I was trying to click it. Vixen, where you at? These things, man. Rochelle J is right. They be moving fast. James, totally right. I've heard stuff. It ain't happy. It ain't good Hollywood. It's Holly weird. And a happy place. Yeah. It's you have to one of the like there was just as an aside, I'll do that before I do the next thing. But like Lizzie had said, like Vixen had said, years ago Dave Chappelle did they used to have this thing at Pace. I forget the name of it. But essentially they would bring up stars or whatever, and they would give their perspective of what it's like to be an actor. And Dave Chappelle had a thing where he said his dad had told him, before you get into the business, come up with your line on things that you will not do. And when you think about it, before you get yourself into that situation or that position, and you know what your line is, thanks Rochelle J, say got my back. You know what your line is. You set your boundaries early. And when you're confronted with it, it's not a surprise. And I even tell, I talk to my kids about it. I thought it was such good advice. I actually tell anybody who I talk to about that. You want to know before you get involved with anything, you want to know how far you're willing to go in order to make it happen. And if somebody crosses that line, you right there, and this is my line. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to sleep with people in order for me to get a role or a job. I'm not going to do that. And that's your line. So that way you think about these things. And I say you should think about these things and consider these things and develop your lines now before you get involved. So that way, when the thing happens, you already have your answer. You already know what the answer is going to be. It's like they hit certain things and it ticks certain boxes, and you already know once you hit these certain boxes, this certain combination, I'm done. It's over, right? And you know that that's your line. You have an advantage by thinking about these things as opposed to waiting until somebody asks you about it, and then you try to figure out what it is you plan on doing about it. I think what a lot of people in these situations, they kind of get caught on their heels. Like they never really considered whether they should or they shouldn't. And because they don't, they find themselves in a position where they get stuck. Because it's like, what? Oh, what do I do? And because even part of the trick is, especially with the kids are even more vulnerable, and I'll explain to you why. The kids are more vulnerable in Hollywood, and I'll give you a little inside baseball. Kids are way more vulnerable in Hollywood because a lot of times these kids, because of their situation, going to auditions, going to jobs, etc., the parents have to quit their jobs, or mom, she doesn't work, or the dad, he doesn't work, and they sit with their kid, they take them to the auditions, they take them to the calls, they get callbacks, they take them to that, they take them to the fittings, they take them to the table reads, all this stuff. It is a lot of time. So they wind up quitting their jobs. And then what happens is, especially when you look at Disney and you look at the Nickelodeon, and even back in the day with some of the bigger shows, with some of these child stars, the entire family is reliant on these little kids. So the entire weight of the family's financial survival is on those little ass shoulders. And some of these people in these positions know that, and they take advantage of them because of that. If you don't do this, then we're going to let you go off of this movie thing, and your mom ain't going to be able to pay the bills this month. You guys are going to have to move out of your house. Then your sister just started school. Yeah, you want her to keep going to that school? Then you're going to have to do that. Here's my friend Joe. Here's my friend Tom. Here's Betty. Here's Sue. You're going to have to go off with them and, make them happy because they're the ones that's producing the show. So, I mean, it's a lot of, like, it could get, this happens, and it's not just Hollywood. It's also in places or positions where people have extreme power. The producers of these shows, they have extreme power. In some of the situations with the, even kids who play baseball or football or hockey or whatever. You look at some of these coaches, when they start doing it, it's the power dynamic that they have over these kids. Yeah, maybe they don't have the, I can financially ruin your whole family, but there's a lot of tricky stuff that they do to these young, impressionable people, and it's unfortunate. And it's sad. It's crazy sad. But you have to watch your kids. You have to protect them. Big shout out to Karen Winsmore with the $10 super chat. Oh, she got a little animation. That's cute. Thanks. Thank you. That's awesome. Yeah, but I'll warn anybody about that stuff. You just got to keep up with your kids. That's all. Just keep an eye out for them. Because you know things that they should never know. There's certain things as an adult I'm aware of that young people shouldn't. It robs their innocence if they have to be on guard about these things and aware that these things are possible. There's some things that kids, honestly, in my opinion, shouldn't even be aware exists. And, that's my job, is to try to protect them from it. Like, all the time you can. You just do the best you can. But, that should always be the goal. Just VM. They're all related. Janelle was also Mary's ex-sister-in-law. This is true. That's what I mean. Like, you throw a rock, you hit like a cousin. Christine and Cody are cousins. Yeah. Oh. Cody and Janelle's mom were married to his dad. Yeah. Yeah, because Cody's mom was married to his... Cody's mom was married to his dad, obviously. But... when Janelle met and was hanging out with Cody and she decided she was going to become the second wife, then Janelle's mom went down there to meet up with Cody and his family to figure out what's going on with her daughter, fell in love with Cody's dad, and then wound up becoming one of his wives. Actually, Cody's dad had, I think, 3 wives, but only 2 of them wanted to be on the show. That's why we only got a chance to see Janelle's mom and Cody's mom. But I think there's another woman, at least one more woman, that is Cody's mom in that situation. Win was winning. So yeah. But thank you so much, Jess VM. Appreciate it. Super chat. Yeah, but yeah, so the Kingston clan. Yeah, them Kingstons. It's a lot of inbreeding. Well, it's a small community because these are like Utah isn't that big in general. Like it's not like a New York, you know what I mean, or big city like Los Angeles or whatever. Like Utah is Utah. It's small already, and then you have like from that small community, you have a subsect of that smaller community, which is the polygamists, and so they all kind of know each other and are related to each other, and they jump from like one group to the other group, back to the other group, and you know what I mean? And so everybody is kind of related and everybody knows each other, which again, they're playing to the idea of the mentality of the rest of us who may not be aware of small town living and what it's like to be in a small town. So they sit there and play the idea like, I had no idea who she was, and I saw her at a party, and Mary was like, go over there and dance with her. I'm like, yeah. And then Cody did that like crazy ass dance. Could you see Cody dancing? And Robin going, I want to get a piece of that craziness. Like, oh yeah, Vixen says she's from California. Yeah, children are so much more vulnerable than adults and are in Hollywood. And being a Californian, I've heard stuff. Yeah, I'm sure you have. You know what I mean? Like I said, I worked in the industry, and I'm telling you, it's I haven't seen a situation because I wouldn't tolerate it, but I haven't seen a situation, but I know the power dynamics and how they're laid out. And I could see the trappings of that power dynamic. Because it's a lot. Like, especially you listen to some of these. One of the things, and I'm sorry, I'm kind of getting off topic. I know I'm a little bit off Sister Wives. But one of the things that I will say is that if you look at how a lot of the kids, especially like I used to say that to my kids all the time, like, hey, this ain't Disney and this ain't Nickelodeon, you know. You be talking to them, they be watching them shows, all of a sudden they think they can jump up and walk off on you and say, oh, bring your ass back. Where you think you going? This ain't no damn Disney, no Nickelodeon where you play me like I'm stupid. Because if you watch these shows, a lot of the shows that cater towards a lot of the kids, the adults are actually idiots. Like, and not even I won't even be polite about it. Like, the adults are treated as though they don't know what they're doing or what they're talking about, etc., etc., etc. And so they treat us like we don't know things. And the smartest people in the show are always the kids, you know. And so when you watch that kind of stuff, you start to believe it. A lot of the people who are writing for these shows, a lot of people who produce these shows, they treat these kids like they're adults in little bodies. Like, they aren't children. They're just basically adults in little bodies. They understand things. They're older than they were. They're wise beyond their years. So therefore, if I treat them like an adult, I'm not a bad person. Like, that's the mentality that they bring to this. So you always have to, you know, be mindful of the fact that, you know, yeah, you know, your kid might be cute. Your daughter might be cute. Your son might be cute. But what they aren't is sexy. You know, I've seen a situation like that before where somebody has said that to, not my kid, but somebody else's kid. Like, oh, he gonna be sexy. No. That's a baby. Babies ain't sexy. Babies are cute. You know what I mean? You could say an adult is sexy. You know, this guy, this girl who you're attracted to that you could date, it could be sexy. But this baby is a baby. They're pretty, they're cute, they're handsome. They're not sexy. That's something different. Words matter. You know what I mean? Oh, Jimmy Gallant. It ain't a family tree, it's a family wreath. You know what I mean? Thank you for the $1.99 super chat. that boy, that, you know what I mean? Your family tree is a straight lamb line, baby. There's a pole. You know what I mean? Rochelle J. Yup, and Jeffrey Epstein did smash the like. And Jeffrey Epstein didn't smash the like. Yeah, man. $2 super chat. Thank you, Rochelle J. Yeah, because that, you know, like I said, that's the chief thing with being a parent. And speaking of being a parent, I wanted to talk about that saucy podcast that Christine was on just recently. For those who are not familiar, make sure you hit that like button. I know I don't say that enough. I did have it at one point. You know, there we go. Try that on for size. But yeah, Christine was on like on a saucy soap, I think it's called, podcast with McDonald, and she was answering some questions, and McDonald did a really good job. I think she did a good job. I wish she would have given Christine a little more opportunity to answer some questions, because there was a couple times where I thought Christine was on the verge of saying something that was going to be like crazy. And McDonald wanted to make a point, so she kind of cut her off or shut her down a little bit. I don't know if that was maybe on purpose, like so she didn't give up too much. But Christine, and I think that's also part of the reason why Cody is so angry with Christine, because Christine is actually turning out to be a damn loose cannon. Like Cody and Robin are sitting around the McMansion like, Christine must be stopped. She is out of control. I have no power over her. And so Cody is doing the best he can to try to curb that, but he can't. And I think that really bothers him. that he can't stop Christine from talking as much as she's talking, because at the end of the day, Christine has a lot of the audience that Cody wishes that he had. Like, Cody wishes that he had the audience that Christine has and the reach that Christine has, but he doesn't. The juicy scoop. That's what it is. Thank you. What did I say? I say juicy soup or juicy soap. Yeah, it's juicy scoop. Got that juicy scoop. Juicy scoop. that sounds horrible. Got that juicy scoop. Juicy scoop. But let me see, because I pulled some stuff off of it, but I didn't get a chance to upload it. Oh, here it is. Let me see. Call it into my thing, because I wanted to play it. Okay, yeah, let me pull it over. Gonna go to the small screen real quick.
The final thing for me was like on his talk about that was like, because you guys are a couple, blah, blah, blah.
That was like off camera. I'm like, so.
Sorry, guys. That was terrible. I know that was all at once. Uh-oh. But we're going to rock it. Christine's permission. Okay, yeah. This is what I thought was interesting. So there was like 3 things that I pulled out from. There were 3 things. Sorry about that. I know that was kind of annoying. I apologize. But there were 3 things that I pulled out from the Juicy Scoop pod that I wanted to talk about and just highlight. So, and I will put a link on my page so you can check out the original. Don't have it here. Big shout out to Michelle Woods. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I see a reflection of the brown kids and this thing is in the way. Oh, okay. I see a reflection of brown kids in me. Oh, wow. I'm sorry to hear that. Sadly, I'm an adult and can't afford to leave my dad and stepmom. My sister is bedridden from a stroke. Wow. Oldest son is their caregiver. Oh, wow. I'm sorry to hear that, Michelle. Thank you for the $20 super chat, though. Yeah, and that, you have my, send you my thoughts and prayers on that. And not even a creepy way. I apologize for that, the tonality of it. But, it's one of those things. That's also why I started the channel, was because I think that a lot of people's situations are similar from that regard. I'll make this a little more visible. It's very similar from that regard. And sometimes it helps. Like, we can't help the way we want to help. Like, I wish there was something I could do or, folks could do to be able to alleviate that pain or take that pain from you. But sometimes the best form of help we can give is to let people know that they're not alone. And that's one of the things that I really like about the community that we're kind of building here, is that, we have different people from different walks of life, and so many people are in similar situations that they can help one another. And it just lets somebody know that you're not going through this by yourself. It's not unique to you. You aren't alone. You aren't odd. You aren't strange. You aren't weird. You have people who understand your situation. And I think that in and of itself is important and valuable to people, to help them get through. Because again, it's not always, you getting relief immediately, but sometimes you just have to be around for when your time comes, when your respite comes, when you get past something, you get through something. You just have to be there for that. And hopefully we give you the strength and the positive feeling that you can get through the situation that you're in. Yeah, that's hard. The strokes are hard too. To get together, review their actual relationships. Lo, I agree with you, but I would feel better about it if the OG3 were able to be honest about it. Like I want the real deal. Like I don't want the clean cut, washed down version of the story. I want what really happened. And I would feel better about it. So there you go, Lizzie B. So sorry, Michelle. Hopefully your sister will have a speedy recovery. Yes. And thank God your son is able to give a helping hand. Many blessings. Thank you, Lizzie B. Stepping in where I feel like I dropped the ball a little bit. But yeah, I mean, that's important too. Like if you have somebody who can step in and help out, you know, and it gives some continuity too, when you, especially if you're able to have family help out in those tough times, you know. And that's actually one of the things that, like, in my video about McKelty, that's one of the challenges, especially when you're dealing with people who are extremely negative or selfish or, you know, God forbid, narcissistic or sociopathic or psychopathic. Like, when you're dealing with people who are only concerned with themselves, and you are a good person, I've said it before that good people have it hard in this world because bad people take advantage of them. They take advantage of their kindness. They take advantage of their heart. They take advantage of their genuine nature. Good people, for the most part, when people do things and they deal with people from the perspective of where they are. So you think things are possible because this is what I would do. If somebody was doing something nice for me, I would, you know, be grateful and I'd be appreciative of the things that they do. And you assume that everybody would feel that way. You watch how Christine, Janelle, Mary gave to the family, especially Janelle giving up a 401k so that this chick can pay her bills off for the house. That shit is crazy. Like Janelle is, what is going on? So, and you do these things assuming like I'm doing these things for you because I'm contributing to the family and that's what we're all about here. And we give to each other, we support each other, and this is how we do it. And only to turn around and they screw you. You know, they literally take everything you got and just keep taking it, keep taking it, keep taking it, and they screw you over. Oh, wow. Peanut butter. You know, so it's hard for you to be a good person in these types of situations. You know. So, and that's one of the things. And then when you find yourself, because you are a giving person, you might find yourself feeling like you overcompensate. And the downside of it is that some cases you feel like you're being dumb. Like, I feel so stupid because I keep giving to these people and they don't care, they don't appreciate me. No, you're being who you are. And there will come a time where you keep being who you are, you will find somebody who appreciates you. You just have to look for the people who appreciate you and your contribution and your sacrifices. But never stop being a good person because you're with an asshole. You stop being with an asshole. You keep being a good person. You hold on to yourself and keep being a good person. You just stop, you know, associated with assholes. Peanut butter. Tonight I was so worried Cody was going to go after Savannah because she was in the scene with Christine and Janelle putting up the tree. Glad he didn't, just went for her moms. Yeah, because Cody's a coward. I'm glad he didn't. Well, I mean, I'm sure that, like, there's also a point, too, where I think one of the dangers, because there was one of my fellow cohort YouTubers had said before that it was important that Robin and Cody and all these folks have conversations, and they should take the advantage or opportunity to have these conversations with them. And I'm always concerned about having conversations with these people. Modi Parker, hello. Because people who are like them, and I'm not going to label them as narcissistic. They are narcissistic. I won't label them that. But people who are extremely selfish a lot of times, or lack poor social conditioning, or just don't have certain feelings, they become students of humanity and behavior. So when you have conversations with them and tell them things that they do wrong and things that they could do better and why you feel how you feel, and you assume that they'll understand and feel empathy for why you feel what you feel and try to improve their behavior, for some people, they listen to what you say, not for understanding. So they're not listening to you so they can understand what you say and develop some kind of understanding of what you say. They listen to what you're saying because they're trying to figure a way to manipulate you. So it's not understanding, it's manipulation. So they learn to behave a certain way and have certain reactions to certain things as a means to try to control you or shape your thought or ideal, especially when it comes to their image. With Cody, he very well may not have gone after Savannah tonight. I don't know, because again, TLC, you screwed me. Thank you, TLC. Thank you. He may not have gone after Savannah tonight because he learned from him not spending time with Savannah after he got an argument with Janelle and such negative treatment his image received after that exploit. He learned not to. The lesson he should have learned: I shouldn't take it out on my daughter because I have a disagreement with her mama. That should have been the lesson he learned. The lesson that I think Cody learned: don't say something negative about Savannah on TV, because people will see it and they will think negatively about you and talk negatively about you. And that's the unfortunate part about it. And again, that's just you dealing with people like that. And Dawn Clark, that doesn't mean he won't go after her ass later. That's true. Or go after her off camera. And that's the part where she should be concerned. You know. Michelle Woods. Oh, wow. Thank you so much. He got a super chat. Oh, wow. Thank you. It really touched me. Just want to clarify the misunderstanding. Her eldest son is taking care of my sister. Okay. I have no children and no desire for one, even though people with spina bifida are able to have children. Because of my upbringing, I don't want to repeat the cycle. Oh, wow. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that. You know, I'm not trying to encourage or discourage you either way. But I would simply say, I'll leave that up there for you, Michelle. Thank you. Thank you, Michelle. I appreciate it. But I would say, with regard to your decision on whether you want to have children or not based on your upbringing, some of the strongest parents, and again, I'm not trying to say you should do something, you shouldn't do something. It's your choice. 100% your decision. I'm not pushing it either way. You have to make your own procreation decisions for yourself. But I would just simply say that some of the best parents are people who had the worst parents. Just to be fair, I want to give you that. Some of the people who are the best parents moving forward are some of the people who had horrible parents, god-awful parents. They learned the things that they didn't like about their experience. They applied it to themselves, and they grew from that. You know, they grew from that hardship, and they developed a sense of parenting and love and compassion and understanding that their parents didn't show them. You know, and I'll say this, not to besmirch anybody, and not to get too much into personal business, but my dad actually had kind of a rough situation when he was growing up with his parents, my grandparents. And a lot of the compassion, like my father, in my opinion, my father was an excellent father. Excellent. He is an excellent father. He's still around. He's still kicking ass. Still getting up at 5 a.m. working out. What is going on? What is going on? But you know, he is such a good dude. It's crazy. He's such a good man, and a lot of the man that he is remarkable for how he grew up. And my grandmother, she's a good woman. She was a decent enough woman. My grandfather didn't really know him, but you know, it's not a thing where you grow up and you don't know how, because you learn by watching. Sometimes you learn by watching others do, and you can also learn by watching and knowing what other people didn't do and where they failed. You didn't learn from the successes, you learned from their failures. Where they came up short, you realize what you need to do. So I just wanted to say that. I wanted to share that with you so that if you decide at some point that you possibly maybe want to change your mind, you shouldn't be afraid. The thing with parenting, being a parent, that nobody talks about and nobody prepares you for, is that when you are considering being a parent, no matter how you were brought up, everything you think you know about parenting. This is the thing Mike Tyson had to say when he was when Mike Tyson was fighting. He said, everybody got a plan until you get punched in the face. Everybody knows the best way to be a parent till you have a child. Then all that shit goes out the window. Like you have an idea how you want to do stuff, but then you start. The first time you up at 3 o'clock in the morning, you trying to figure it out. Like all of a sudden, all them plans. You know, I would be so gentle with my child. I would be so thankful, and I will always love them, and I will never be angry or cross with my child. You know what I mean? Yeah, you haven't been up at 4 o'clock in the morning 5 nights in a row trying to figure it the hell out with only maybe 2 hours of sleep between everybody. You know what I mean? Why are you still awake? Then you have things to do. You go to work. The baby sleep like, you know what I mean? Sleep like a champ. What is going on? Why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to me? You feel like Robin. They're dabbing your eyes. You're too tired to cry. You know? So, you know, just keep that in mind too. Like nobody is a great parent until, nobody understands what parenting entails until you actually are doing the job. It's an on-the-job learning experience, for sure. For sure. And anybody tell you that I absolutely positively know what I'm going to do once I have my child will be so intelligent, they'll be so smart, they'll be knowing 4 languages by the time they go to 1st grade. No, they won't. Bet you they won't. Big shout out to Ty. Was there a new Sister Wives show tonight? Yes, there was, Ty. Thank you for the super chat. $1.99. Can I say it again, y'all? I think I'm going to say it again. Screw you, TLC. TLC ran a show. It was going to be a talk back where they were going to answer questions from the audience. Apparently, they were answering questions. Some people said it was good. Some people said it was bad. I couldn't see it because apparently TLC, in their infinite wisdom, decided not to air the show on any of the platforms that I have. I have both Discovery Plus and I have Max. Specifically so I can watch these damn shows and watch other shows on Max. But they didn't air it on either one of those platforms. Apparently, I don't have cable and they aired it on TLC maybe. I don't know where the hell did they air it at. I don't even know where they aired it. It's crazy. And I'm not happy with it. Because, yeah, please hit the like button, guys. Miss Indies. Thank you. Yeah, but apparently they're making crazy decisions. And this is why when, like I said earlier, when people ask, do I think that Cody and Kremlin will get their, Kremlin Cody and Robin will get their own show? That's the whole point. Like, I think that there's a possibility they may get their own show because they're making business decisions like this. You have people who are interested in watching the show. You rush to put the shows out. You rush to put the shows out during the holidays. And I have, at this moment, like I'm sitting there, we have the talk back. Then they have the look back. So you have the talk back airing tonight. Then you have the look back airing on Sunday. And like I said earlier, me, Amanda from Reality Amanda, and Sarah from Reality Squad, we're doing another collab on Tuesday at 7 o'clock. So if you guys want to set your calendars for that, it's going to be awesome. They're a lot of fun. But we're going to be reviewing the, hopefully we can review it. Hopefully I can see it, the look back. But you got, the TLC decided to cram all this right on top of the holidays. Right after the tell-all, you got to get them out because everybody's interested in talking about it. And then in January, they're going to have the 4-part Christine wedding. And then I'm afraid that come January, they're going to do the 4-part Christine wedding. They're going to have that in for the month of January. And then February, March, all the way through September, before they roll out Sister Wives season 19, they ain't going to have shit. And then they're going to wonder why come the stuff fell off? How come people stopped looking for it? Because you jammed everything into a short window and you don't have anything to carry us through. You could have spaced it out a little bit. Get through the holidays. Let people do the full digest on the tell-alls. Then you just roll into the look back. Then you, maybe during the summertime, because it was last summer that they got married, or they got married, I guess, in the fall. But you catch us up. And you spend that time catching us up, and then boom, you drop the next season, and we're all caught up. But that's not what they're doing. I don't know what they're doing over there at TLC. Oh, wow. Somebody said, James, I tell you what. Here we go. Shauna Leedy. James, I'll tell you what. Robin looks like she would rather be getting an enema than sitting there with Cody. I missed it. Dawn Clark. Yeah, they announced another season of Seeking Sister Wives. Yeah, they did. That show is a dumpster fire, too. I'll be reviewing that show as well. Because that gets more like into the, to the early stages of the polygamy. You see the relationships falling apart, people getting jealous. Seeking Sister Wives, they had a couple situations where the people were watching the show, like the women would, I want my husband to have the wives and bring them on to the show. It'd be so incredible. If they do that, it'd be wonderful. They bring them on to the show. They bring the wives bring another woman onto the show. They hate everybody. Jealous, crying. You know, you need to go around here and cheat on. Like that one guy, he was straight up trying to cheat on his wife. For the lady up in the house, he was straight up cheating. Like, he was trying to get it out. Like, she was like, yeah, he kept attacking me, trying to get me in the garage. He tried to get me in the backyard. You know, like, the wife wouldn't even let her go out on a date. Like, because it's eligible sister wife woman, she comes out to the house with her daughter to spend time with their family. And the woman was okay with the woman as long as she was spending time with her, because she was looking for a best friend. But the minute she went to go on a date with the husband, all of a sudden it was an issue. Yeah, Skara. Yeah, they uploaded the tell-all, because that's what I mean. Like, the tell-all part 4, Discovery Plus didn't even run it on the night. Because for me, it was a Sunday night. They didn't even run it on the Sunday night. So I had people, I was doing the after party, and I had a bunch of people who didn't even see the tell-all because it never aired on Discovery Plus. And it didn't air on Discovery Plus until like Tuesday or Wednesday. I'm like, they just dropping the bag. Lizzie B with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Lizzie B. She reminds me. Hit the like button. To hear you talk about children and to hear Cody, he sounds like an ancient king. You must prove your loyalty to me. You must prove your loyalty to me and my queen. You're right. I'm telling you, because he's a maniac. This dude's a fucking maniac. Pardon my French. He's a maniac. You must prove your loyalty. Could you imagine, like, those relationships, and I don't even say could you imagine, those relationships are difficult if not impossible, to maintain. Those relationships are so difficult and exhausting to maintain. Because this is what I was saying to Maddie during my thing when I was talking about Maddie. When you're in these types of relationships with these types of people, no matter how much you give to them, no matter how much time you spend with them, no matter how much you sacrifice yourself, shrink yourself down, give up stuff, block people out, talk shit about people who don't necessarily rock with them. And if somebody says anything about them, you got to be ready to go to war for them. You got to be ready to go to jail for their ass because somebody said something that, very well may likely offend this person. And they want you to sacrifice all that. And they don't even want the minor inconvenience of calling your ass back. They want you to be ready to go to jail. Like when Cody was watching McKelty sit there with her mom, and her mom was like, I feel kind of bad because your dad said he wasn't really attracted to me. He said I wasn't pretty, and, I feel kind of weird about it, which is emotionally abusive. Let's call it what it is. It's emotionally abusive. You're basically telling her that she could never get anybody once she leaves you because she's unworthy. She can't be with anybody. Ain't nobody ever gonna want you. You ought to be thankful that I'm willing to sacrifice my time spending time with you because you aren't even worth me spending time with you. But you ought to recognize how much I'm giving up and all the sacrifices I made to love you. It's like a knife in the kidneys, like that whole bullshit. That's where she was. And because McKelty looked at her mom and gave her the encouragement, no, Mom, you're beautiful. You're attractive. Oh, now she's turning on me. Oh, you see this? She betraying me. Oh, McKelty ain't nothing. You want McKelty to sit there and cuss her mom out because she had the audacity to disagree with you. You aren't ugly, Mom. How does that even affect you? But you want her to cuss her mom out and ruin and burn that relationship's bridge down to the ground. You want her to burn it to the ground and piss on the ashes because it would make Cody feel better. And this asshole can't even pick up the phone and call her back, or pick up the phone when she calls him. But he wants her to burn her whole relationship down. She lives in Utah. The mom, Christine, lives in Utah around the corner from her. She go hang out with Christine. Christine probably watch her babies so her and her husband can go out and do things as a couple. Christine will probably watch her kids for her. But she's supposed to give all that up for a dude that lives 2-3 states away and doesn't even want to return her phone call or spend any time with her. Make it make damn sense. And that's why those relationships are crazy difficult. Because no matter how much you give to them, it's a bottomless damn pit. You can pour everything you got into these relationships as long as you want, as hard as you want. You can love them with everything you got, and it's never going to be enough. It's the most frustrating situation you could ever be in or find yourself in. You know what I mean? And it gets to a point where, unfortunately, it gets to a point, and this is where I feel bad for McKelty, because it's easy for me to say, pardon my French, but fuck Cody. It's easy for me to say that. He treats you like that. Oh, bump him. You just walk out. Be you, girl. Be your own superhero. You know what I mean? All that. You got it. It's easy for me to say that because Cody's not my dad. This is her father. This is her family. This is her real life. So when she's sitting there combating with the reality that Cody wants her to turn on her mom, and Cody wants her to turn her back on all the other kids and all her brothers and sisters that don't agree with him, she has to balance that out with, do I not want to have a relationship with my father? When Cody was saying all this nasty stuff about not only Christine, but her siblings and the other moms, and even when Cody gets around and saying something nasty about her, she has to ask the question, am I willing to walk away from this relationship with my father? And that's rough. It's a rough thing to do. Yeah, Karen Voller. It was a conversation that moms have with adult daughters. Poor McKelty. And can I say that, I understand, thank you very much for your contribution to the conversation. But I understand that in one way it can be looked at as, you're trying to get her on your side. stretch. It's freaking stretch. But I can see that. However, you have to allow them to have a relationship. Christine wasn't expressing your dad's an ass because this is how he hurt me and scarred me. It is how he hurt her and scarred her. But wasn't the point of her conversation. The point of her conversation was, I'm scared. And to be honest with you, if you have ever been in a relationship longer than 6 months, right? You've been with this person. Every day you wake up, you go to sleep, you got this person. It's your person. I am going to be with you. We are together, right? And you with that person for years. And in Christine's case, you with this dude for decades. He's your first everything. Everything. And you're no longer together. And you're going to leave that relationship now that you're middle-aged with 6 kids, no experience when it comes to relationships, the ins and outs of relationships. The last relationship you had, the guy who was your first everything said that you were terrible at everything. And then you're supposed to go out and find somebody else and be happy. Yeah, that shit is hard. That's hard, especially when you bring it into the technical age. Because I haven't lost sight of the fact, and I will get to this. I'm sorry, I keep going back to. I'm gonna get on this show, this podcast, but I haven't lost sight of the fact that Christine is in a situation where, because Christine and I are about the same age, and I'm going to give you a little inside baseball on. I'm right there with Cody, Christine, and them. I'm going to give you a little inside baseball. The inside baseball is this. And when we would be out carousing, that's what we used to say back then. When we out carousing, trying to scoop the ladies, right? And you out there trying to make time, court, fool around, tricking, whatever you want to say. When you out there doing that, we used to get phone numbers, not, punching into my phone. It was pad and paper. You had a little piece of paper and a pen, right? That's how you got phone numbers. Unless you was good, like I can remember a lot of phone numbers. I'd be like, what to do? Okay. There's also a time before like area codes. We just had 7 numbers to remember, not 10. Like it's old stuff. Back in the day when they used to have rotary phones, like old timey. Dinosaurs roamed the earth. Right before the internet, right? But now you're in a situation and you have a block of time where you haven't been, active. You haven't been going on dates. You haven't been in the sexual marketplace. You haven't been dealing with people. You know who you are going to be laying down with and what you're going to be doing. Like technically, as long as they've been in a relationship, unless something crazy happens, especially since they're probably not exposed to a lot of different things, like they could probably predict their time together down to like first we're going to, then we're going to, then we're going to, then we're going to, then it'll finish. Like they know, and I don't want to be too graphic, but you understand what I'm saying. She's gone from that surety to now all of a sudden you're in a new world where you look at a picture on your phone and you have a couple seconds to impress upon somebody that they should swipe right on. I think it's swipe right. They should swipe right on you and pick you out of all the other people that they could potentially get. And that is crazy difficult. Like you went from like easy mode to nightmare mode in like a heartbeat. Like your situation is scary as hell. And then again, you compound that with the fact that apparently when you were young and you were the hot thing and you was a tenderoni, you weren't that tender. Because according to the guy you married, you were old rusty bolts. You were rusty buckets. You weren't tender. You weren't sweet. You weren't hot. You weren't attractive. You weren't cool. You weren't fun to be around. And you send them out with that insecurity. So the fact that she's sitting there with her daughter, and her daughter's like, "No, mom, you can get somebody else. You are worthy. You deserve to be with somebody else that'll make you happy." And if she has to battle that, like Cody is an idiot. Like for him to be mad about that, "Oh, mom, you're pretty." How dare you say that she's attractive? I said she wasn't. In my opinion's the only opinion that matters. Da-da-da. Super asshole. You know what I mean? Big shout out to Alicia. Do you think TLC will make Robin film in the home? Season 19. Thank you for the super chat. Do I think she gonna film in the home? I think that's why her ass was crying. She like, I would have to film in my house. Where's Mary at? Mary, you can't leave my sister Wade. Because if you leave, we can't come out here to Coyote Pass and sit on the porch anymore. Yeah, I think they're going to make her ass film in the house. Either she's going to have to film in the house or she can't film. Because, like, what's even worse is, and this is something that I've been pushing for a little bit. Again, one of my crazy conspiracy theories. When was the last time, and I'll ask it this way. Strike that, redirect. What was the last piece of information that we learned about Robin and Cody's relationship that we've seen on the show? I know how Cody feels about Christine. I know how Cody feels about Janelle. I know how Cody feels about Mary. I know how Robin feels about Mary. And I know how Robin feels about the other two ladies. But I don't know how they feel about each other because I've never seen them with each other. I've never seen them really interact with one another without talking about somebody else. Like, they're not talking about their relationship, their love, their compassion, how they associate with one another, how they're dealing with one another. Most certainly, we haven't heard or learned about any issues that the two of them are facing unless they were completely separate and having a conversation with somebody else. When we heard Cody talk about, I feel like I should leave and I only got two people in the house that care about me, my two babies, Saul and Ari. They're the only two human beings that keep me coming home, even though he has 4 other people that live in the house too. Robin and her 3 kids that Cody adopted and stole away from David Preston. He had that conversation with that dude that's Mary's brother-in-law. That's who he had that conversation with. When Robin was talking about her problems with Cody, and she was sitting there with Suki talking about how he starts fights and he picks fights. She didn't say that to Cody. We didn't see a demonstration of Cody picking a fight with her. In fact, I don't think we've ever genuinely seen the two of them have a disagreement on the show. As crazy as that is. We never seen them have a full-on disagreement where they're arguing and cutting on each other. You know what I mean? Like, I've certainly never seen him argue with Robin the way he argued with Janelle or the way he argued with Christine, where he jumps up and walks off on Robin. You know, Miss, I would never let him walk out on me like that. I would tell him, get your butt back here. Get your butt back here. We're going to talk it out, Cody. Susan H., Merry Christmas. $20 super chat. Thank you so much. I don't know if I got you already, but I just wanted to make sure I acknowledge you. Oh, wow. Oh, okay. Oh, there it is. It was right in my face. If it was a snake, it would have bit me. Susan H., Merry Christmas. Hang all the mistletoe. Susan H. gonna come through later. Better this Christmas. Eve R. That would hurt me if my dad calls my mom ugly. Yeah, it would. Like that, me and my dad would have to have a conversation about that. I might have to take an L. Have to take that L, but if he worked it, you know, he gonna call my mama ugly, damn it. Eve, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. I appreciate it. But that's the whole thing. Like, you can't. That's her mom. Like, that's her mom. So yeah. Ashley A said, I'm cussing my dad clean out and call my mom ugly. That's what I mean. Usually, I don't know. And I, not even to be funny, because Ashley A just reminded me of something. Alicia, I'd ask why you have 6 kids with her then, Dad. Apparently, she's attractive enough for you to push 6 kids in her. I'm just saying. Right? What is wrong with you? 2 points on that. First thing, yeah, supposedly when Cody gave Robin scraps on Coyote Pass, Dr. Carl, what's up? First things first. When you talk about there's nothing like the love of a son is his first love is his mom. Right? And the daughter usually is the father. The first love, And it's just a weird thing that people used to say. And I'm looking at Janelle's sons and even Peyton with his mom. It's a hard way to go for you to put these women in this situation when you're dealing with these young men. Because that's their mama. And I can respect that. I respect that side of it. That's their mom. And how you feel about your mom as a young man, like there's some things you don't mess with. You know how many people, like when I was a young dude, there's one thing I could never tolerate. Like I could do a lot of stuff. You can talk about me all day. But I do not, I cannot, I won't even say I do not. I cannot do the dozens, what we used to call the dozens back in the day. Those are your mama jokes. Couldn't do it. I was one of them dudes, man. If you said something about my mother, you better buckle up, Buttercup, because we was rolling. Like, it would be problems. It'd be smoking the city jack. And I'm not even, like, proud of it. Like, I was easy to get and coerced into bad situations. You just talk about my mama, that was my weakness. But that was my weakness. Still is to this day. Like, I have a certain feel about it. I don't even like, I'm one of them people, I don't even like to see young men, especially young men, or kids talking out of turn to their moms. You know what I mean? Like, that never excited me. It never turned me on. I don't like it. I've called people aside and said, look, man, you got to respect your mom, because I'm speaking from experience. And I knew even before this happened, before my mom passed, there will come a time when your mom passed that you're going to miss that. You know what I mean? You hold on to that relationship, because this is not forever. And once it's gone, you are never going to replace that. A part of you, when you lose a parent, and this is like both parents, I would imagine, but you lose a parent, part of you goes too. Like a part of you is put to rest too. Like there's a part of you, like there's a door inside of you that closes that you won't have access to no more. Like a part of you that you just won't have access to no more. And that's part of that loss. So respect and cherish your parents when they're here. I remember, I'll tell another story. Story time! When I was at work, I worked at I had a corporate job. And we were working a project, and we had some stuff coming in, right? Some boxes showing up or whatever. And the security guard downstairs, she was a nice lady. She was elderly, nice lady. I liked her a lot. And one of the guys who worked on this project with me, they had put him on as a project leader. And I was helping out. I was one of the senior people. I came down to help out. And I was helping out, and I'm listening to him talking to this lady on the phone like, you dummy, they came to drop these boxes off, and talking to her like she low, right? You know what I mean? Like talking to her like she's of low intelligence, low stature, low social stature. Her job's not important, all that, like low. And he hung the phone up. I said, whoa. I said, who you talking to? He said, I'm talking to this dummy down at the front desk. Him and his buddy. I said, come with me. And we went to the office, one of the empty offices or empty conference rooms. And I called him in there. I closed the door. And I said, as long as I'm here, don't you ever talk to that woman like that again. If I ever hear you talking to that woman like that, me and you going to have a problem. 2, don't disrespect people, because here's a piece of life advice. That's somebody damn mama. And that's what I told her. I said, that's somebody mama. Or that's somebody grandmama down there. And I know for me, if my mother ever called me up, and I'm getting mad now just thinking about it. If my mother ever called me up and told me that somebody was talking to her like that, I guarantee you I would be up here to see your ass. I would be up here to see your ass for sure. I would be up here to see you. You don't talk to people's mothers like that. And I say all that to say this. When Cody is sitting there disrespecting these women, he's looking at it like these are some chicks I used to mess with. These are some chicks I used to mess with. These are my old jumpies that I used to hang out with, spend time with, and it don't matter. That's somebody mama. That's somebody mama you talking about. And I'm not saying they mother, their mom. I'm saying that's somebody's mama. Okay? Difference. That's somebody's mama. Like that woman, these kids, especially just the little bit I know about these situations, these kids sat there with that woman and watched her make, $1 out of 15 cents. They watched this woman work miracles on the holidays. When they had food to eat, they was barely getting by. She was doing it every Thanksgiving and Christmas. They sitting there licking their lips and smacking their fingers off of what she making them. And she's making sacrifices. And these kids are watching this woman sacrifice for them. And you think that in your mind, you going to sit there and start talking shit about this woman? Oh, y'all about to get me fired up, Jack. You about to get me fired up. You know what I mean? You about to get me fired up. I'm telling you. Like, you think you going to come in here and say something about this? You bet, man. Cody, you can turn this situation on yourself. And that's what I think Cody doesn't understand. When he's sitting there talking about, these women turn these kids against me because they're talking shit about me. No. It could simply be these kids are listening to you talk shit about their mama, the one who was there for them. Like, okay, Dad, yeah, you cool and everything. But when push them down and shove in this situation for these kids in the Browns family, you were around, but my mother was there. You came by and visited once a week. We saw you walk bouncing your hair through the living room or whatever on your way to go wherever you going, to jump in your little Corvette or your little 2-seater car and drive off. But my mom was the one who was there doing my homework with me, making sure my stuff was done, making sure I had the clothes I needed, making sure sewing patches in my shit, make sure my knees ain't busting through my pants. You know what I mean? That's what she was doing. I know who you are. I recognize you in a crowd. But my mom was the one that was present. Now, like I said, you do have situations. My dad was a doting father. Like, he was always around. And he was that guy. Like, he was the dad who was always involved. But even as a younger person, Buggers, what's going on? Even as a younger person, I had friends who didn't have that same relationship with either. Sometimes the mom, sometimes the dad, sometimes either parent. So I learned the value of what I had early on. You understand what I mean? So I'm just saying, speaking from like seeing a lot of different situations, I can see where the kids would feel a certain kind of way about watching Cody treat these women the way he treats them. You know. Big shout out to Katie Willahead. Theo IAE, the best, James. Oh, thou art the best, James. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you as well, Katie Willen. With the 1999 Super Chats. I hope I did that right. I hope you're like, that's what you were saying. Thank you, Katie. Appreciate you. Yeah, but let's talk about this. It's getting kind of. I don't want to run you guys, but let me see. Yeah, but I don't want to get too crazy with your mama stuff. I'm letting you guys in on my weaknesses. That's what that is. Because that's always been a sore spot for me. Like, because I love my mama. You know what I mean? I love my dad, too. Don't talk shit about my daddy either. You know what I mean? My dad, my brother, my wife, my kids. Like, don't talk shit about my family. Like, I can take it. You want to talk shit about me, you can talk shit about me all day. I don't care. It doesn't make me a difference. I might even laugh at half the stuff you say. But stuff like that, off limits. Off limits. You know? And so I'm not a big fan of that. Because, and that also is that's a respect thing. Like my dad, if he had a disagreement with my mom, that was between him and my mom. And I told a story a while ago about my dad and his relationship with my mother. That my mother was my father's wife. All right, that was his wife. She's my mama, but that's his wife. And when it came down to me and my mom, my dad has always pushed into me and my brother that's our mother. So we respect our mother and we honor our mom no matter what. Like even if it's him, like we gotta maintain that respect for her. And he was big on that because he respected my mom, and that's why I say, like as a parent, you can teach your kids are paying attention, and your kids do see. So, which actually is a good segue. Your kids do see what you're doing and what you're teaching them and what you're portraying to them. My father didn't disrespect my mom. My mom was a very strong woman. Like let's not get it twisted. Like when I hear these ladies get on Sister Wives, they say I'm a strong, independent woman. Sometimes I kind of cringe a little bit, like I guess, but because my mom was a strong woman, and because of her, I learned early on to love and appreciate strong women. Like I'm a huge fan of strong women because there's nothing like, especially when you are looking for a partner. You know, I talk to young dudes all the time and I tell them like, you know, the fun girls, they fun or whatever. But if you find yourself a strong woman, that in and of itself is an asset that's irreplaceable. A strong woman is irreplaceable. Like you can do better than that. Strong woman, strong man, a strong partner. You can't do better than that. Because you have somebody who has your back and keep you motivated, keep you driven, keep pushing you forward, and you guys feed off each other, you push each other forward, you cry with each other, you laugh with each other, you hold each other up. That's everything. You know? And I received a little bit of criticism. Somebody, oh, you are so idealistic with your views. It's inauthentic. That's not true. I just have a very strong position on stuff. Yeah. Is this Rochelle J? Yesterday was 35 years. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. It's been going for 35 years. Hurt so much. I truly wish I could say loss gets easier. I think you just get numb to the pain. His real hugs with Dawn Clark and all of loss. Yes. I agree with that. Dawn Clark, did you lose? Yeah. So that's the thing. Like, again, if you still have your parents, appreciate your parents. Because once they gone, like, and I agree with what Rochelle J said. Like, you know, I say it now, and I mean it. Like, it seems like I have this conversation more now. Like maybe in the last few weeks, I've said it to a few people, just in different instances. But You know, there's not a day that goes by. Legitly. Like, I'm not even talking about like, oh, you know, it's just something to say. Like, there's not a day go by I don't think about my mom. It's not a day go by I don't think about my mom or I remember my mom or wish I had. Like, especially when you have big things happening or stuff that's like makes you excited and you like, you want to share it with the person. For me, one of the people that I would share it with was my mom. You know what I mean? Like something big happened or I'm excited about something. That was my go-to. Like, because, you know, when I grew up in a situation where, and I kind of feel, and this is where I sympathize somewhat with the brown kids in their situation. Because I grew up in a situation where my mom and my dad, they created an environment where I felt safe and secure. I had consistency. I felt safe. I felt secure. And then through that safety and security, I was allowed to express myself. I had the freedom. Like I had a tremendous amount of freedom to try things. Like I wasn't afraid of failure. I try shit, don't work. Hey, you know, my mama still love me. Dad's still here. You know what I mean? I had that. And when I see the brown kids and I listen to how Christine talks and how she supports her kids, that's what I hear. So when I hear Cody trying to cut that down, that's one of the things that I hear him cutting down. It's not just her because you didn't get along with her, but you're talking about cutting them down, the person who was their support system, the person who supported them, the person who encouraged them, all the things that they were able to achieve throughout the time that they've been in Las Vegas or whatever the case may be. All those things are the things that this person allowed me to do because of the love and support that they gave me. And here you are on national TV talking about you never cared about them. They ain't shit. And they're horrible people. And I should dislike them because you don't like them anymore. And that's where it gets kind of tricky not tricky, but it gets unpleasant to watch a lot of what the havoc that Cody is wreaking. Yeah. Sorry to hear that, Alicia. And Karen Voller. Oh, wow. Lost my mom at 14 and dad at 19. Michelle J. Same. That feel never stops. I understand. Yeah. It hurts. It hurts. This shit hurts. It's not an easy thing to get over or get around. But, you know, if I can say that to anybody, you know, if you guys still have your parents, hold on to them. Yeah, and I put that around too. Don't take them kids for granted either. You know? Because nobody is the one, you only guaranteed one thing when you get here. One day you're not going to be here. Like, that's it. So, you know, with your kids, you want to make sure that you're taking care of those relationships and appreciating them as well, because you feel like it's going to be you. Like, I'm going to be leaving you, but you don't think about it the other way around. You know, and that's, you know, and that's actually one of the things that, like, if I could pull Cody aside, that's one of the things that I would tell him. Like, you're wasting a lot of time with these people because, you know, people go in car accidents, fall down sides of mountains and shit, as much as McKelty and Tony used to like to climb up mountains and trees and shit. Like, you know, people fall down all the time. People trip off curbs, fall in the bathtub, fall down steps. Like, you know, here one day, gone the next. So you can't take for granted that you have all this time, that one day we'll get back together and I'll just hang out with Robin and they'll come around and they'll appreciate me and da-da-da, and I don't have to worry about this relationship because I'm going to focus on my little kids and I'm not going to worry about the older ones. You're not guaranteed. You're not guaranteed. So he needs to take care of that. But there was a segue I wanted to use for talking about, that's right, I wanted to talk about the show. Yeah, let me see. Christine's Christian. Juicy. Let's talk about Juicy. You know. Yeah, Sandra Hansen. Sorry. Yeah, it could be rough. It could be rough. Oh, that's cute. Alicia said, or highlighted. My mom always said she wished she could be my kid, and I wonder if her soul came back as my baby boy. Wow. That's quite the compliment, though. If your parents say that, that they think that you'd be a good parent. It's quite the compliment. Yeah. Kirby Jordan. Lost my 12-year-old little brother to the flu. It happened out of nowhere. You never know what can happen and at what age. This is true. This is true. That's why it's so important. That's why a lot of this, to a degree, I think that, as much as it would hurt them to lose the show, financially it would hurt the Brown family to lose the show. But if we're going to be honest, aside like selfish guilty pleasures aside, like the best thing that may happen to the Brown family is the show gets canceled. Because they need to take their egos and their images out of contention so that they can actually sit down and have conversations with each other and meet each other where they are and what they want to get out of the relationship. Cody and Christine, Cody can't have a relationship with Christine because at the end of the day, Christine not only damages Cody's image because she left Cody and proved that he wasn't a good man, which I will talk about that probably tomorrow. I won't drag it out tonight, but because I speak Cody and I figured out something out about Cody. But I'll put it in a video. So look for the video tomorrow. But he's not just mad at Christine because of his image being damaged by her leaving on the show and him not being able to control her. He's also mad at Christine because if you look at it through the lens of production, Christine and Janelle, they are the family. I'll say that one more again. Christine and Janelle, they are the family. And when Christine and Janelle left, they take all the damn kids with them. It's not just like, that's one of the big complaints that Cody had. Christine left and she's like the Pied Piper. She takes all the kids with her. The show, how are you going to have a family show about a man and his wife and his kids when he has no wives and he has no kids? And the only kids he has left are the kids that they don't want to put on TV. The kids they don't want to expose to having a storyline. So, wait, what's this? So I think that's part of it. Part of the reason why he's so angry. James, did you ever see the documentary on the Utah polygamous family where the dad tried to court a girl his teenage son had a crush on? I think she would have been his fifth wife. I did not see that show. I'll say this. I did not see that show, but I could see that happening. Especially in those communities, because that's kind of the... I don't really hear about... The one thing I don't hear about in these communities when they sit there and talk about, I love the strong, independent women. I never hear them actually going after women their own age or who are on their level. And it's not even a level thing as far as age is concerned. It's just that the men typically in these types of situations strike me as people who want to date people who are not in similar or same situations. So they're able to exert that old-timey financial control that so many of these guys want to get back to. They're able to exert power and control over them financially and put pressure on them. There's certain things that they haven't experienced, certain things that they don't know about, etc., etc., etc. They're able to kind of twist and manipulate them and push them into situations they don't necessarily want to be in. It's crazy. And for you to go after your son like that shit is like CW stuff. Like, you're the old dude. I'm 70 years old and I'm going to try to date this 20-year-old sexy mama. You know. Like all of a sudden you Hulk Hogan. That's what he did. Hulk Hogan dated his daughter's friend. His daughter's friend. And then Hulk Hogan's ex-wife was sleeping with her daughter's ex-boyfriend. I think that's how it went. It was weird. Like weirdos. Then, of course, you have Jada and Will Smith. Jada Pinkett Smith was dating her son's friend. Or screwing him. I don't want to say dating him. She's screwing him. So. But that goes against my thing. Like, oh, buddy, but like the age thing, I'm not even really tripping off of, but it bothers me when people aren't able to be in that same situation or have that same level of control. But yeah, where's that Ann Beal? She said, oh, I forgot. For those of you who haven't seen the show, Cody declared that nobody knows Robin. 13 years in the same family, nobody knows her. Here's my thing. Thank you, Ann Beal. If nobody knows Robin, whose fault is that? She's been in a family for 13 damn years, and she didn't establish herself within the family that people know who she is. That's her fault. People don't know you, that's your fault. You need to open up your mouth and say what you got to say. Or if not, maybe you're not, we do know you, and we just don't like you. You just don't know me, that's why you don't like me. No, I know you. I just don't like your ass. It could be that. 2, Cody with the 6 kids. He thinks that it's an insult, and I think I've said this before, but I'll share it again because I firmly believe this. Cody believes that it's an insult for him to say that Cody thinks it's an insult for him to say that he was never attracted to Christine. I was never attracted to her. She was never my cup of tea. She is not attractive. She's not cute at all. I don't like her. Okay. Who's the dummy now, though? Because you made 6 kids and have a tied responsibility to a person that you spent decades with, who you said wasn't attractive, you were never attracted to her, and you just made shitty life decisions. Apparently, that's on you. That's not on her. That's 100% on you. So, who's the dummy now? It's not... You hung out with Christine. Christine was having a great time enjoying you and your company and making babies and her family life with you. And you were having a bad time. You the dummy. She's winning. She had a good time and you did it anyway. That's on you, dummy. Michelle Woods, $5 super chat. Thank you. It's just like a show on Animal Planet or National Geographic. Predators go after the prey of the week. Yeah. Prey/the week. Yeah, this is true. This is true. And that is the big shout out to Michelle Woods. Sending much love. But that's actually a good point. That's, I think, what bothers me with that situation. It's not the age thing. Like, the age thing I'm not fazed by that. What bothers me is the idea. This is like that manosphere stuff. When I listen to the guys in the manosphere, a lot of them, you have to date somebody who is pure as a driven snow, innocent, never been around nowhere, don't know nothing, da-da-da. I don't want some woman who has her own stuff, blah, whatever the case may be. What I'm hearing is, I need somebody who can service my insecurities because I can't handle somebody who may know something. I can't handle a woman who may have had a life before me. In Cody's case, I need my wife, Robin, to bash her ex-husband and tell me that she was basically forced to do something that she didn't want to do. And it was actually meant for me, but he took it, he stole it. because there's no way that she could possibly be attracted to anybody but me because I'm all that in a bag of chips. And if you are that weak, and I'll say that word, weak, then it's very difficult for me to imagine you being a decent partner. Because there's no way in the world I could be with somebody like if you know that like especially you over 30 years old, you know these guys like I think he was like 40 when he met Robin. Like you 40 years old and you haven't reached the security yet with 3 women, 3 baby mamas. You haven't reached the security level yet where you can handle the fact that if you meet another woman, especially one who's been married before with 3 kids, that she actually may have had intercourse with somebody and enjoyed it. You are that fragile that you can't handle it, then sir, you should not be in any relationships. You are not fit for relationships. Oh man. Pam sees it. They can't handle a woman. I missed it. Oh, here it is. They can't handle a woman who might know how bad they are in bed. She knows what she wants. Or more to the point, she knows what she's missing out on. Like, this is terrible. No, it's supposed to be like that. I swear, that's how it's supposed to go. Oh man, yeah, right. I think that is the thing. Like, I think that's a huge part of it is the fact that they're afraid that like there might have been somebody else who they were attracted to or more attracted to, or they don't feel confident in themselves. Which, in a way, and this is just like inside baseball. Once again, in a way, my understanding is when it comes to ladies, they're more attracted to people who are more confident. So if you are less confident in the idea that you can't handle your business and you so intimidated by a dude that she's not even, if she wanted to be with the dude, she would be with the dude. But she's choosing to be with you. So why are you worried about what she used to do with the other dude? If she wanted to go back to the other dude, she probably could pick up the phone and call the other dude and say, hey, hit me on Friday. Dude will come over there and knock it down on Friday. So if you, what do you, I don't know. I'm just, they used to twist my mind up. I used to get crazy about it. Like, what are you talking about? No, she's not a virgin. It's okay. She had a life before me? Yes. And it's not a bad thing that she had a life before you. In some cases, here's the trippy part. David Woolley is probably very excited that she had a relationship with Cody. Because after Cody, the relationship is on easy mode. He's like, all I got to do is come home. I say one time, hey, baby, you looking good in that dress. And he did more than Cody did his entire marriage. Like 30 years that he was with her. Dave Woolley come in and be like, damn, girl. He did more than Cody in 5 seconds. That shit is on easy mode. Sometimes it's not a curse. Because when you have those positive experiences, you kind of know what to look for. You have the negative experiences, you know what you don't like, and then you know what you're not gonna go for the next time if you learn from your experiences. So if you have a lady and she learned from the experience, I had this kind of guy, I didn't like that kind of guy. You the type of dude I like. Boom, you in there. What are you mad about? You should be thankful she had that. Thank you, dummy. And that's what in the conversation that Cody, again, I'm gonna put a video about that because I have an different view on it. But the conversation that Cody imagines himself having with David Woolley, yeah, she's crazy, dude. I know, bro, be loyal to your wife. That whole crazy conversation in Cody's mind that he plans on having with David Woolley. That's what, I think that's what it is. I think Cody thinks that Dave Woolley is going to come to him and confess, like, bro, you were right. She's crazy. You're a good man, Cody. Yes, I am. You're right. Now we can be friends in our solidarity against Christine. Yeah, but so here's the thing, just real quick. I wanted to rip through some of these soapy, because that way we can at least say we did that since I got screwed by TLC. Thank you, TLC. Let me hit this. No, I gotta find this shit. Oh, here it is. Yeah, this is what I be doing before I set it all up. Trying to group this stuff so it makes sense. Yeah, here's something Robin said I thought was interesting, where she was talking about on a Soapy podcast, where she was Soupy. What the hell?
When Robin first came into the family, she started talking about. She goes, "Because you guys are a couple and blah blah blah." I'm like, "What do you mean a couple?" And she goes, "Well, you guys are all couples." And I said, "No, we're not couples." And she goes, "Well, no, Cody and I," because she was saying that her and Cody were a couple and stuff. I'm like, "There's no couples in our family. I don't know what you mean." And she goes, "Well, you and Cody are a couple." I'm like, "No, we're not. We're not a couple. That's not what it is. We're a family."
And see, that's what she was saying. Like, so that was Robin's approach, that they were a family or they were a couple. Like, so it makes sense that that was her entire approach in getting Cody away from the rest of the family, because she was a couple. They were going to be the power couple, and they were going to have individual relationships with Cody that had nothing to do. And that's actually something that they tried to push on to the audience in the first season. So if we're going to do a look back, I wish they would ask that question about the look back, about something that Christine had said during this, I just saw the thing, Juicy Scoop, during the Juicy Scoop podcast, where they were talking about Robin's approach to the entire relationship and how she saw it. And I thought that that in itself was interesting. Yeah, Cody do get shot around. Yeah, James is a big guy. Yeah, I'm a big human being. So what Sandra, she said, I wish James would have interviewed Cody. Cody gets really shy around men. This is true. And I understand it. James is a big guy, so Cody would have cringed and wiggled. Yes, I am yeah, it's weird because I've said this before. Thank you, Sandra, for your contribution. Sandra. I've said it before. For those who don't know, I know I look kind of weird on screen, look funny, but I am a extremely large human being. I'm 6'7". I'm a big person. So, and Cody is not as big, but he's weird. Like he's aggressive with women. Like he cuts them off, and he talks, almost tries to talk down to them. But when he's around guys, he's very like it's a night and day experience when I see him. Like when he was being interviewed by the Mormonism Live guys, they stopped him from talking. They cut him off. Like, oh well, no, but and he's this, that, and other, and they were able to pull him back onto track. But when he's talking to like Suki and the other ladies that he's done tell-all with, he runs all over them, and it's not necessarily because of something that they do wrong. Kirby George, Juicy Scoop. I know I keep messing that up. Soapy Dish. It's nothing that the ladies are doing wrong, or it's not the interviewers themselves. It's just the fact that he doesn't respect them. And I think that in conjunction with that fact, TLC, I think, is hampering or hamstringing these ladies, these interviewers. I'm willing to believe that TLC is telling like, don't go into them like you want to. Because a couple of them I can see, like Tamara Hall, she's one of them. Like there's a couple times like when she started digging into Cody's ass, that's when she stopped doing the tell-alls. Because there was a couple times where she had that look like, what? And I could see it in her face. She was like, I'm not buying none of this bullshit. And she started pressing him on stuff he was saying. And then it was like within the next season, they got somebody else. And then that person was a comedian. I'm familiar with her. And she started pressing him. Then all of a sudden, he was like, nope. And I think she did 2 seasons. And then that's when they started rolling with the different people. So yeah, he doesn't do well with being hard pressed. This next clip.
When Robin first came into the family, she started talking about. She goes, "Because you guys are a couple and blah blah blah." I'm like, "What do you mean a couple?" And she goes, "Well, you guys are all couples." And I said, "No."
Oh, it's playing the same one. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't have a chance to clear this stuff out. These a cheap version of the family. I wanted to play. Oh, here's my favorite part. Then we'll get into the Isabel stuff. But here's my favorite part from Christine when she was talking about the permission thing. I think Christine watched this show. Hey, Christine, what's up? Hey, baby girl, if you watching the show.
Yeah, I found out last night that she wants me to go up to her verbally and say, you can have it. And I'm like, girl, that's never going to happen. I don't know what you're talking about.
Like off camera. I'm like, so what? You've said it here to the
she
world.
She wants us to go say to her off camera, Your Majesty, you may have him now. No, it's never going to happen.
Yeah.
Cold-blooded. Yeah, I'm 6'7". Rochelle J, you be in a fetal position. You're like, he's the 1-9 personified. But yeah, that's my favorite one. Oh, yes, Your Majesty, you may have him. I think because I had said that same joke. Maybe Christine and I have the same sense of humor. I won't say she watches the show. Maybe she do. Hey, girl. But put that shit. That would never happen. That's not realistic. But I do think that, like I said, I think that when she says that she wants to meet with Christine and the OG3s, Robin, when she wants to meet with them, the reason why I think she wants to meet with them is because she wants to explain to them, look, y'all fumbling the bag because if you guys don't want to meet with us, then we can't film. And if we can't film, we can't make money. So come on, help a brother out. Give me that HBO special. If you guys don't know, help a sister out. So she looking for that HSO hookup, not subscribing and liking the channel. She like the content, but she wants to get hooked up so she can stay on the show. So she wants to meet with them so she can talk about it. And I think that's why she was trying to have that continuous relationship, even when in season 16 or season 17, when they were sitting on the porch, why that Robin was so desperate to hang out with Christine and why she was trying to keep her around. Because again, Christine was leaving with half the damn kids. She was taking the kids with her. She was taking at least her kids. And as expressed in previous episodes, she also had command over Janelle's kids, who she basically raised. So she was walking out of there with 13 of the babies. And that's why Robin was so upset. I think that's why Robin legitimately was crying, is because of that. But we're going to get into the Isabel portions now. Yeah, I'm a tall guy. Sandra, oh, goodness gracious. Good night, Sandra. Says 7:45. Whew. Second cup of coffee. And you haven't been to bed yet, baby? Good night. Merry Christmas, Sandra. Yeah, we'll probably wrap this up soon. But yeah, the next clip I wanted to show you from this podcast was actually talking about why Christine left the relationship. Check this shit out. Just gotta find it. is this? Oh, surgery center. Oh, the hell with it. All right, I'll just set it up. Raw dog. So basically what happened on the podcast, she specifically asked about Cody leaving to help with why she left Cody. And she said that it was because of Isabel, that surgery that Isabel received. And specifically, it was because Cody basically expressed to Christine at the time that he could not be away from his family for that long. Meaning Robin and her kids. And her Isabel said, well, what about me? Aren't I his family? And that shit is heartbreaking. And I knew that that's what he meant and what he was talking about when he had said it in these previous clips, which I do have access to. And I loaded up. Oh, shit. So let's take a look at this real quick.
Why don't we put it out 6 months because of the pandemic?
Because of her pain level, Cody.
Well, but we're talking about New Jersey, which is New York, basically. There's a pandemic going on, and New York was the hot spot, and we have been safe the entire time here.
Cody, that's absolute bullshit. Arizona is a hotspot now. What do you mean?
Yeah, but we don't leave
Arizona's
our home and go all over Arizona.
Now keep in mind, this is the same guy who was, when he was having difficulty because of COVID, he was sitting there saying, I was on my deathbed and I was so hurt and nobody cared and you should be sorry for me even though I treat you like shit. Right? And everybody should feel bad for him. His daughter was experiencing pain. You know how when they go to the hospital or go to the doctor, like, what kind of pain you in? Is it 1 to 10, 1 being the least, 10 being like excruciating pain? According to Christine, Isabel was living in the realm of 8 and 9 daily, every day, for years, like for at least 9 months. I won't say for years, but I'm sure it was very painful because if you ever saw her spine was crazy looking. Like it went like this. So she said for at least 9 months, she came to her and said she can't bear the pain anymore. She wants to get the surgery. And she waited. And then when they went and told Cody, like, she has to go get the surgery, Cody had looked him in the face and said, why don't we wait 6 months? Because we need the surgery now. Why don't we wait 6 months, Cody? We could figure it out. And we could do it that way. He was like, no. And this is what he had to say. We're gonna run it all the way through. Because I want to get that full weight of what Christine was going through as we saw it. And these are the kind of questions that I would want to ask Cody about. Like, forget all the dumb shit. Well, how do you do your hair? What kind of products do you use? Do you use a blow dryer or do you use a straightening comb? Or do you put little bows in it? I don't give a shit. I want to hear what you were thinking. If you have a child who is going through this much pain, first of all, instead of you telling her that she should wait 6 months, why were you not encouraging her to go as soon as possible? Why were you not trying to figure out how you could go with her? And more to the point, sir, if you were there as much as you say you were there, how come you didn't know how much pain she was in? You said you were there all the time. According to that's what you say on every opportunity. Every time you open your mouth, you talk about, I was there every day of the week and I don't understand. She said I was never there. I was always there. If you were always there, how is it that you had no idea how much pain this little girl was in? Because it begs the question. If you want to take the position that you were there every day and you were there all the time, and this girl is going through this much pain, and she was going through this, and you were there every day, how come you didn't care enough to ask or inquire about what she's going through? You must not have walked in a room once and said, hey girl, what's going on? Not one damn time. June Gem said that yes, I think she was over 45. Yeah, she was over 50. I think she was over 50. Like her shit was like crazy. You know what I mean? There was no way, because I know people who had scoliosis. And there's no way that she wasn't hurt. Shit, if you've ever had back pain, I remember one time I had sciatica. Sometimes pregnant ladies get the sciatica. I had sciatica. I was doing some crazy stuff and got hurt. And I had developed sciatica, and I would get it every once in a while. At least like once a year or so for a period of time. Every time I had that shit, I'm telling you, it's nothing like back pain. I've hurt my legs. I've hurt my arms. I had a little bit of bro, what do they call that shit? Bursitis in my shoulder. Like I've had pain before. There's nothing like back pain. You know, and my shit compared to what Isabel is going through is nothing. This girl is going through hell. You get in a car, you go to the hospital, and you trying to ride in the car, your back hurt. Every bump, you run over a pebble, you feel like somebody had slammed you in the back with a sledgehammer. This little girl was going through that, sitting in them big ass braces for years. Cody, hey, it ain't me. It ain't my kids. It ain't the one I love. Ain't my family. And you wonder why this woman left? Crazy ass. So here's that next part, because I can't get it to load up on my Jones.
Why don't we put it out 6 months because of the pandemic?
Because of her pain level, Cody.
Well, but
that's the wrong one. This thing is not cooperating. I tell you, them damn Kremlins is kicking my ass. What's the one I'm looking for? Oh, here it is.
You can't come the whole time.
listen, I'm not flying there. This is the thing, you guys. I'm not going to New York. All right? So I think that you should wait for the surgery.
I'm not going. I ain't flying. And this is that point where it says, where I can see him saying that he wasn't going because he had to think about his kids, and he's not going because of his family. He's not going with her because, point blank, you're not important enough for me to change my schedule. And that's the message that he's sending this little girl while he's sitting there on the porch with her. And this is what you're telling her mom. And above everything else, we have to keep in mind that he's treating her this way because he has something to prove. He has something to prove. And what he has to prove is that Christine ain't shit to him. That's what he's trying to prove, using his daughter to prove that to Christine. It's not about him just being nasty to Isabel. He's using Isabel. He thinks so little of Isabel that he's using her to try to hurt her mama. And he wonders why he has such a problem. And we'll go to the next one. I don't know why my joint is fucked up. No, well, we're gonna go the hallway.
You can't come the whole time.
Listen.
Family.
I'm trying to do what's right for Isabel.
I understand. But we have to do what's right for the whole family, not just what Isabel needs.
We gotta do right by the whole family, not just with what's her name? You the fuck? Are you serious? And this is where, I mean, to be honest with you, when I watched that shit the first time, I was so mad I had to turn the TV off. And I had to take a walk. Like, I walked around the block like twice. I was so pissed off. It was crazy. It was insane. I was like, how do you look at your daughter and say that to her? Yeah, you ain't important enough. I got to think about the entire family. Because I know you're going through things, but you can't be selfish. You're in a lot of pain. But Solomon is in second grade. He's doing finger paints. Don't be selfish. Stop thinking about yourself with your little bullshit pain, girl. Like, this is what this family members had to deal with. And this is part of the reason why it baffles me that Cody thinks that the reason why his image is suffering is because of something that Christine said. Christine didn't have to say shit. All she had to do was sit on the porch and support her daughter. For you to look even worse. You did this to you. You did this to you. You know. Yeah, Sandra Gabor, she said that her husband was in so much pain, his lips turned blue. There's nothing like back pain. I'm telling you. That should change your life, Jack. If it give you religion. Back pain is serious. It's serious, man. And like I said, I only went through it. When I had my episodes, I would be off my feet for maybe about 2-3 weeks. You know, it would knock me out. And like it was nothing like it. Like I said, as soon as you get comfortable, you gotta go to the bathroom. So you gotta try to figure your way up to get up to go to the bathroom. Be uncomfortable trying to get up there, basically crawl into the bathroom, go to the bathroom. Then you come back out, get on the bed. Like I think at one point I was so bad I had to sleep on the floor. You know, and it was terrible. Like it was horrible. And again, it was only 3 weeks for me. But you learn to appreciate little things. Like I will say that. Like the ability to get up and walk across the room and things like that. A lot of people take that shit for granted, not me. Because I've been in a situation where you couldn't do that and you didn't know whether it was going to turn back or not. You know? And I'm looking at this young lady and her situation is so much worse than mine ever was. So much worse. And she suffered with this for years. And to have the man who is supposed to be looking out for her and taking care of her look her in the face and say, yeah, you're not important. You should have to wait. I don't understand what the issue is. I have other responsibilities that don't have anything to do with you. And these are the people that I'm worried about. The people, the people who ain't hurt. I'm worried about the people who aren't feeling pain. The people who ain't going through shit. I'm worried about them. I'm not really worried about you. Because they can't be inconvenienced. And Cody wonders why people have an issue with him. You know. And like I said, when I watched this stuff, man, it had my blood pressure high as shit. I had to take a walk. I was like, this dude gonna give me a stroke. Sitting there looking at this asshole. Like, this dude's gonna kill me. Like, what are you doing? Because I hate to see that kind of stuff. Especially, I'm gonna say it this way. I'm gonna dovetail into this, and I'll go into the next clip. But especially when you put into consideration the number of people, and just people I know. I've known a few people like this. How my mom was somebody like that. Like the number of people who struggle to have children, and can't, or they struggle to have children, and they are blessed enough to maybe have a family, just not as a family as big as the family that they want. And then you see these people who want kids so badly and can't have them. And then for somebody like Cody who has all the kids in the world, like he got more kids than he should ever have or ever thought to have because he doesn't care about them or care to deal with them. And he just have a bunch of kids, but he doesn't care that he has these kids. And he's not thankful for the blessing that he has. Like, as bad as Isabel is, she's here. And he could maybe give her a little little relief. But he chooses not to. The one thing that she might have wanted to hear that would have made her situation better, and this is the sad part about it, is to hear her father say, you know what? I'm dropping everything. I'm going to New York. Ain't nothing going to keep me off that fucking plane. I don't care if I got to jump off a building and flap my arms hard as hell. I'm coming to New York with you. I'm going to be there holding your hands. When you go to surgery, I'm going to be there when you go to sleep. And girl, when you wake up, I'm going to be there with you when you wake up. And I'm going to stay with you. And I'm going to be the one to help you walk down the hallway. Because they had a thing where they had to walk down. For her to be released, she had to walk from her room to a board and put her location in the board before they would let her go home. Like, I'm going to be there celebrating with you when you put your pin in. When you put your pin in Arizona, I'm going to be right there with you. Like, that would have meant more to her than anything else. And that's the weird thing about it, especially as I played that previous clip. You don't talk about rented houses? That's all fake. It don't mean nothing. You're right. Those things don't mean anything. You know what have meant something to Isabel? If Cody's ass would have took time out to be with her when she needed him. If anything, that should have bothered him more than anything else. The fact that he wasn't there with her when she needed him the most. That would have been the thing that would break your heart. That's the nightmare for most parents. You know? That's the nightmare for most parents, that the moment your child needs you, that, you know, and I don't get too deep in it. I don't bring everybody down, but like your kid calling for you, you imagine yourself like your kid is calling for you and you can't be there for them at the time that you want to be there for them. You know, the time they need you, you feel like you weren't there for them. That shit break your heart. This dude sitting on the porch with her, she's literally looking him in the face like, "Dad, I need you." He's like, "I don't give a shit. I don't care. Good luck, because your younger siblings, they need me too." It's insane. It's just insane. Big shout out from Just Scrapping. Catherine Green in the house. $49.99. Super chat. Thank you. Merry Christmas, James, and your family. My only son died unexpectedly away at college in 2016. I'm sorry to hear that. Hey, chat, please send my 21-year-old son, Zachary Link Navaroli, in heaven some love for our plane of existence. His mama missed him. Merry Christmas, chat. 21 years old. He's a baby. He's a baby. I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah, let's Just Scrapping some love for Zachary. And of course, I missed letters. Let me call this over here. What the hell? Yeah, put something up in there. Like I said, that shit just kills me. And Just Scrapping, she understands. Like, that's, like, in situations like that, that's where Cody doesn't, like, that's where he's missing. Like, you take so much for granted. Oh, yeah, she can go. And, well, matter of fact, let's go to this next clip. Because this shit, if you mad already, y'all don't even know. Maybe you don't remember. I couldn't forget. But yeah, Just Scrapping. That's rough. 21 years old as a baby. He's just starting out. Yeah.
I'm trying to do what's right for Isabel.
I understand. But we have to. I mean, here's the thing is, if we're going in September for the surgery, I don't think I'm going to be going. I'm not going to travel I'm not going to go there. Okay? If you're going to go do the surgery, what are we?
So he's telling his daughter, "Yeah, I don't think I'm going. Good luck, because you're not important enough." And like I said, there's a lot of people who would, you know, even with Catherine, there's a lot of people who would give anything to have a hurt child, whatever the case may be, for you to sit there. Your child is here. Your child is here. You have an opportunity to be with that child, and you take that shit for granted. Like I said, I don't take none of that. I don't take none of this for granted. Because if you have people who've never lost, don't understand what it's like to lose. If you've never lost anything, you never lost anybody, people you close to, you have no idea what that shit is like. And you don't know how fragile this is. Like, it's so fragile, it's crazy. Look, my tissue just crossed the room, fell off. But this next clip, I had to work myself up to this one. Because this next clip was the one They would have got Cody. Cody's ass would have been clean off the porch if he had did this one. Yeah, I'm part of me don't even want to play this shit because it's so crazy. Here we go. Oh, that's not even working.
If you're going to go do the surgery, what are we going to do? Do we send Isabel by herself?
That's right. Cody asked, do we send her by herself? Do we send her alone? Why would we send her alone? Are you... Cody, you put yourself in a situation. Thank you very much, Francesca Geller. I'm just trying to do the best I can. You never guaranteed tomorrow. That's so true. But he was ready to send this baby alone to get her surgery. They're going to splay her back open and try to move her spine around. And he was going to send her to do that by herself. And the sad part about it is, yeah, hello, yeah, where's that at? He wasn't there when she came home. Yeah, he wasn't important enough when she was down the street. And then Lee, has TLC ever addressed Isabel on the tell-all? Yes, they did. They talked to her during that thing. They did a couple confessionals with her, and she was very upset with. I don't know. Let's see why this isn't working. She was very upset about that whole situation. Like, it didn't make her feel good that her dad did that to her. And she talked about it a few times. This is not working. Damn Kremlins. She had talked about it, and what she said was she didn't understand why her dad wasn't there for her. Oh, should pull that around that way. Yeah, she didn't understand why her dad wasn't there for her, why her dad didn't help. And, you know, she tried, and what bothers me is that, you know, God bless her, she tried to put on a strong face for her dad and pretend like it wasn't a big deal that he didn't show up or he backed out. And she said she didn't understand why he's such a brave man and why he's so afraid of COVID, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And, you know, part of me is like, girl, I want to be a dick, but your dad is not a brave man. Like, he's a selfish man. Because when I saw that, it's one of the things that tripped me out is the realization that it wasn't that Cody it wasn't just the idea that he didn't care about Isabel. It was also the sheer fact that he wanted to punish Christine because she wasn't abiding by his COVID rules and doing like absolute obedience to him when he said that she couldn't do this or she couldn't do that. He was mad and angry about that. Then he was also trying to punish Christine because he realized that he was going to look bad because he wasn't going to go to the surgery. So he wanted to create a situation where he balanced things out by telling Christine that she couldn't go to the surgery. That does two things. One, it hurts Christine because she's not going to be there with her daughter while she's going through this traumatic thing. Two, it helps with his image because he can always fall back on neither one of us went because of the COVID stuff. And I think that it's such a short-term thing from Christine, you know, or from his perspective of how he deals with Christine, that it was a shame. And again, this goes back to like even with just scrapping and folks, talking about the loss of a child. Like it's feels like a very unnatural thing for you to lose a child, right? And it's a nightmare scenario for parent. But for you to have such blatant disregard for your children, it's hard to watch. And I think that is where Cody's trouble with so much of the fan base kind of begins and ends. Like his disregard for these ladies who have sacrificed so much for him. Then on top of that, the blatant disregard for his responsibilities to his children is insane in and of itself. It's just crazy. Oh, okay, Lizzie B, yeah. She also said it. Where is it? Lizzie B. Yes, 100%. I've always said it. It was a punishment to Christine for that and for not agreeing to the big house plan. I've always said that he is still pissed that she was the only one that said no. Yes. And you know what else? I agree with that. I do agree with that. You know what else? In season 16, I started pulling that stuff too because I had like a whole plan, backup plan, just in case. Oh wow. Oh wow, Alicia. On the talkback, Janelle looks bigger than ever. Oh wow. Oh wow. We can talk about that in a moment. Just with that, like there was a point in season 16 where they were talking about the holidays, and that was the one where Creepy Cody, where Creepy Cody was basically saying like, I want you guys to all enjoy Thanksgiving. And he had that creepy smile. I was like, this dude is like, don't eat nothing at his house because he's going to poison you. But at that moment, Janelle had set Christine's ass up without even knowing it. Because she looked across the room and was like, well, Christine, what I do with my kids, because I talk to my kids, and it's up to you. Because it's up to you what you want to do. Because my boys said they'll go wherever you go. And that way, the look on Cody's face when she said that, I was like, oh, shit. I said, oh, shit. At that moment, Christine's ass was in trouble. Because Cody realized that his family was not his family. His family was essentially Christine's family. And I think that is the reason why he has so much vitriol against Christine as well. Because I think that through COVID, he started to realize that he wasn't the leader of this family. It's actually Christine. She's the one that all the kids, like a majority of the kids, clear majority of the kids, 13 kids, she's the one that they look to. So without realizing it, Christine became somewhat of a leader in and of herself. Yeah, never corner Cody on the tell-all. Yep. And somebody had said something. I was like, because I'm like saying things shoot across. Oh, the Plexus stuff. Here's my position on Alicia. On the talkback, Janelle looks bigger than ever. Plexus obviously does not work. I will say this. You know, I struggle with it too. Because, like, sometimes I feel big and strong. Sometimes, you know, if I stop going to the gym, I actually am in a position now where I have to go to the gym. Because I don't feel good if I don't go. Like, I'll hurt if I don't go. So I have to go. But, you know, if you're not consistently on top of your diet and like so much of especially as you get older, like you lose a lot of the flexibility that you have when you're younger, like with your metabolism, your hormones and everything else. With the diet drinks, you have to be especially careful. And this is just in my experience. I'm not a nutritionist. I've just been around forever in the gym and all that. When it comes to that kind of fitness, you have to be very careful with, especially with any type of supplemental drinks and things of that nature, that you're not starving yourself. because your body is basically, your body don't give a shit, like long short. Your body don't give a shit about the beach. It don't care about how sexy you look. Your body is just trying to survive. And when you are dieting to try to look a certain way, you're trying to manipulate your body's survival instinct so that you can control it to make it look a certain way. So you can look a certain way. When you diet in a form of drinking drinks and you're not eating food, like, and this even for young guys who go to the gym, if you have sons or whatever, and they're going to the gym and they're drinking a lot of them powder shakes, forget them powdered protein shakes. Eat food. If you want to get bigger, eat food. Like chicken. If you don't eat, if you want to be a vegan or a vegetarian, you got to have protein. Got to put protein in it. Not the shakes and all that stuff. That's supplemental stuff. So on top of the food, if you can't eat enough food, then you get the protein shakes. But with the plexus stuff, because of the way, if they're just sitting around drinking plexus and they're not eating the whole food, they're not eating their meals, then your body thinks it's starving. And so if you ever come off the plexus, you ever stop doing the drinks, the supplemental stuff, then you will gain back weight like gangbusters, because your body will try to hold on to everything because it'll think you're starving. And if it thinks you're starving, it's not trying, like, ain't trying to miss no meals. So you that's why a lot of times when people go on these like these fad diets where they like go on like super restrictive calorie intake, or they drink like a lot of drinks, the shakes, the Slim Fast, or those shakes that people get, shake weight. They drink the shakes that they drink, and they're not eating the food. Then what happens is when you start eating the food, your body saves everything. You can actually slow your metabolism down, so you actually will gain weight easier and faster than you did even before you started trying to diet. I'm sorry, I'm going off on the diet stuff, but then maybe I'll do a channel on that. My take on diets, but my take on fitness. But yeah, it's crazy because you can wind up putting on more weight, and that's why a lot of times when you see people, they go on diets and then they gain the weight back, they gain all the weight they lost, they find it. I found it, sitting back here on my ass. You know, you gain back all the weight that you lost and about 5 or 10 pounds, because your body is like, I'm saving everything. And that might be why she picked up weight like that. That, you know, she started eating them rich foods because she's actually eating now because she's got her own money. You know, sometimes it's just as simple as that too. Might not be the plexus. It might just be the fact that Janelle's actually using her money for the shit that she want to do. She's like, ooh, rich foods? Okay, yes, please. You know, she's not sitting around eating breadsticks and freaking celery sticks and damn peanut butter. She's actually eating meals now because she keeping her TLC checks to herself. I mean, that could be it too. Sometimes, you know, like your life when you in college, struggling versus when you graduate, you get a job, you actually start working. I'm gaining all this weight. Yes, because you're actually eating food now. You're not just sitting around eating ramen noodles with your blood pressure high as shit. Oh, okay. Smile. Where was that at? Robin always saying that's not my experience with Cody. Well, no shit, Sherlock. I haven't heard that in a while. That's awesome. Hell yeah, Smiley bringing it back, baby. We back. I love it. You are the trophy wife. So, of course, he pretends to be loving and caring with you. This is true. And she's also the one that he has to impress. You don't feel like he has to impress the other ones. So that's actually one of the weirdest things about it, too. I think that's the part of the OG3 that made them valuable. But that's also the part of the OG3 that to him made them extremely disposable. Because when he looked at the OG3, he was thinking that, like, I go over to Robin's house, I'm the hero. I go over to Robin's house, I'm the guy who keeps her living this life of luxury, got her in a big house. I'm her savior. I could be what's that guy name? Mr. Cleaver from Lever to Beaver. I could be that guy. You know, I'm just solving stuff. I come home with my little briefcase and she slapped the bills on the table and she has to ask my permission to do stuff. Yeah, because I'm awesome. Cool. But when you're dealing with the OG3, I mean, they know what the bills look like. And they know you don't have no job. Like Christine, she actually said it. Yeah, check out that podcast. Because on that podcast, they said a bunch of other stuff. It was pretty decent. You probably found out, here's the crazy part. You probably found out more from that podcast that Christine was on than you did from TLC. From the show I could not watch because TLC didn't feel it was necessary to make it available to everybody. Ass. But, ass. But during that podcast, they asked, what did Cody do? Like, because they did the whole, like, what does the nanny do? And they say, well, what does Robin and Cody do? Like, what do they do for a living? And Christine's like, I have no idea. And she's basically saying that Cody don't have a job. Cody or Robin don't have a job. And I'm like, to be honest with you, I'm not a big fan of the MLMs, but at least they have the other OG3 have something else going on other than this show. Cody and Robin need to figure something out other than this show. Because this show is not going to last forever. Alicia, James, my take on fitness. I should roll that out. Because I've been around. I'm old. I'm the old guy in the gym that can lift everything, but chooses not to use my powerful evil. Yeah. But it's a, yeah. Yeah. Well, we'll talk about that at the end. But yeah, Alicia said Robin also, McKelty also confirmed that Robin does not work. Yeah, I don't think they have jobs. Yes, dumb question, even when it isn't Suki asking. Isn't it? So Christine doesn't have an idea, or is it a cover-up? I think that Raspberry, I think it might be a mixture of both. I think that at the end of the day, Christine might not know for sure. She suspects. But she's always said that Cody, they were running around and they were Cody was always running amok. Like, so I'd always suspected that, as much as they kind of purported that Cody was taking care of everybody, whoa. Okay, hold that piece. Yeah, I kind of suspected early on, and this is another James conspiracy theory, that earlier on, when Cody was living with the OG3, I think that, because there was a point where they lived in Montana, apparently Janelle had a really good job and she was pretty comfortable. Cody wanted to move, and that's when he decided he was going to lead. And so he moved his whole family, and then Janelle stayed there, and then eventually she missed Cody, and then she left her job, came follow Cody. I think part of the reason why Cody had her move was because she was making more than his ass. I think Janelle had consistently probably made more money than Cody. And she was actually the chief breadwinner. They tried to make it sound like it was the two of them working in cahoots as partners. But I kind of suspected that Janelle was the breadwinner and Cody because even when they came out, because like I said, how you do one thing is how you do all things. When they first got out to Las Vegas, Cody wanted to get into real estate. And because he thought real estate was easy and it would be a way for him to be able to make a bunch of money and they could have flexible schedules and do their filming and everything. And he didn't realize how much work it was going to be a real estate agent. Because that job is hard as shit. Like, I don't care what anybody says. You can make good money doing it, like, without question. You can make a shit ton of money being a real estate agent. But you are going to earn that money, especially when the market's not hot like it was, like, especially during the time that they were looking. The bottom fall out of the market, it is hard as hell being a real estate agent. Normally it's hard because you got to acquire clients, you got to, schmooze the clients, show them the kind of houses they want. Then some of them are going to want this. If you could take this house and cut off this part and put it in this house, it would be perfect. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not a magician. You either get this house or that house. I don't want either. I love the houses, but you don't have no money. So you can spend a lot of time, you can spend a lot of wasted time being a real estate agent. It's a hard job. And not to mention you have to get licenses, so you have to study for a test in order for you to do it, get your real estate license. And Cody didn't want to do it. And so that's how Janelle actually went to school, and she actually became a real estate agent and fulfilled that promise. Christine actually fulfilled it. She took the test and she realized how much work it was going to be. And Christine was like, nah, I can't spend that much time away from the family because I'm the primary caretaker. So I don't want to spend that kind of time away from the family. Janelle decided she was going to do it. And that's how she was working real estate in Las Vegas. And Cody wasn't. So I suspect that Cody had always kind of bounced around to different jobs. And Christine had pretty much confirmed that during that podcast. On one of the YouTube thread, some guy said, this is from Catco. Thank you, Catco. On one of the YouTube thread, some guy said his cousin went to school with her and she had been very promiscuous in high school. Obviously, no purity was stolen. She was giving it away. I don't know how true that is, but let's just say I'm not surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. You know, because she did say, and it was kind of a weird thing too, because Robin did say at one point, especially when we were talking about her youth, that she was like very rebellious and she was out there doing her own thing, and then eventually she moved away. Like with the story, the way she told the story, it sounded more or less like what Catco is describing. Then she was just this innocent butterfly that just got trapped or whatever when she moved out by herself to another state to go to school. Oh, wow. Hey, Christine K. She's on a good ship lollipop. Oh, my goodness. Good ship lollipop. Where the sweet little candy drops and the peppermints play. Oh, man. Yes, Carolyn Washington. Those reports were true. From what I understand, he didn't deal guns. He dealt in parts, like in some of the parts. And from what I understand, that business fell apart because the parts that he was trying to sell were eventually outlawed. Like I think he might have been selling like bump stocks, which obviously in our climate, political climate, that's part of the reason why they don't talk about it on the show, because of that business. But when you talk about like the finances, thank you for bringing that up, and the reason I highlighted it. When you talk about the finances, there was I still haven't done that video, did I? During that video where Mary was talking about buying Lizzie's inn, she had mentioned that she needed a down payment. And remember when Cody was saying that, yeah, me and what's his face, that he does business, the guy came down, bought the car, and the two dummies couldn't measure the trailer they were going to put the car in. That's his business partner. He's like, yeah, I called him, and we should be having extra money from our investment. So we would be able to give you a part of the money back, which would have been $40,000. We'll be able to give you part of the money back that we borrowed. Because we'll have a payment come through. So this dude took more than 40 grand out of the family account to invest in this business that he had, and he wasn't able to make it because the product or whatever that they sold fell through, and they were basically lost money. But then he had the audacity to criticize Janelle when she was talking about opening a gym and told her that that business plan didn't work. He criticized like everybody. Oh, yeah, I can't do that because I need to see the paperwork on this business plan. He was criticizing Mary for buying real estate in Lizzie's inn because that was going to be a waste of money. But he's wasting money left and right. It's crazy. Like, this dude is ridiculous. What's this, Joe? Maddie said Robin told the older teen girls all about all the guys she dated in high school. Robin was so mad when Teenage Maddie brought that back up in front of the cameras. Oh, yeah, right. I do remember that. I'm supposed to be innocent. But I think that's also part of the reason why, little inside baseball theory, you want to talk about theories, James's theory? I suspect that's why she was cool with McKelty. Because McKelty was looking for the cool mom. And in that instance, Robin telling these stories about how she was so free and so wild and so crazy, and she could relate to McKelty's wildness and her craziness because she too was wild and crazy when she was a kid, and tell those stories. I think that's part of the draw that she had. Like, she would be the equivalent of the cool uncle. You know what I mean? Like, oh, he's so cool. He's so wonderful. He's such a cool uncle, blah, blah, blah. And then you find out, like, the dude's like then you get older and you realize that, oh, this dude's a loser. Yeah, you know what I mean? He ain't cool. He's a loser. Who's sitting around trying to impress some teenagers? You're like, ain't you 50? You trying to impress me? You know what I mean? Still talk about the same stuff. Yeah, I bet you that lost money in those business deals got lost in Cody's pocket. Bet the laundered that money back to him and Robin. Yeah, probably. And that's the shame of it. Because I think that they need to get here's the thing. I think that the wives need to get a forensic auditor to come in, a forensic accountant, to come in and do an audit on those books. I'm mixing terms. They need a forensic accountant to come in and do audits on them books for Cody Brown LLC as well as for Dabsart, so that they possibly can get their money back. Keep in mind, there is a statute of limitations. So if they don't start acting soon, they're going to lose any legal recourse that they may have to be able to recapture some of those funds that they put both in the Robbins house and the money they put out there on Coyote Pass. So if he's misappropriated any funds, they need to get on that shit, or they're going to lose the ability to recover any of it. Eve with the super chat said, I'm recovering from disordered eating. And it's way harder than people think. Yes, it is. Thank you for sharing that information. And I needed the reminder to stop eating protein bars and eat real food today. Yes, eat that real food. Thank you for the super chat, $10 super chat. Yeah, because the thing is, like, there are, like, in my position, I know it's not as dramatic as, or it doesn't seem as devastating as other addictions, but food addiction to a degree is real. It's the relationship that people have with their food and their diet and nutrition. Because if you put it this way, like even with eating disorders, thank you for sharing that, Eva. I appreciate that. When you talk about diets and things of that nature, whether it's crash dieting or like even with, guys doing the bulking and the cutting and all that, what it comes down to is there is a portion of body dysmorphia that sometimes can be involved with that. Like people will look at themselves and they'll be in fantastic shape. Here's the crazy part. Some people be skinny as rails, like so skinny that they're actually unhealthy skinny, but still think they're fat. You have people who are in fantastic shape, like shoulders, chest, real washerboard abs and glorious pecs, Cody, and will think that they look horrible. And they'll go and kill themselves in the gym. And it's unfortunate. And there's that. And then part of the relationship that they have with food is it can be very detrimental because food is something that you need to eat. Like you have to have food. You have to have it. Right? So you can't just say, like if I drink alcohol, which is a hard thing to shake, and I'm not diminishing that at all, or cigarettes or gambling, whatever, I can stop those things and I can try to avoid putting myself in a situation where I'm around those things. I can try to remove the temptation. It'll always be there. It'll always be a challenge. But I can try to remove myself from the temptation of participating in it. If you have a bad relationship with food, you can't remove your relationship with food. You can't stop eating. You know? So it's not as easy, and this is where fitness and like nutrition kind of come in, where it's a very tenuous relationship, because you feel like you want to do something, but then you have like there is a physiological thing that happens if you're eating certain foods, comfort foods. It releases hormones into your system, make you feel good. That dopamine hits you real good. You feel comfortable and warm and satiated. But you can't not eat. And then as soon as you call yourself not eating, you know, you can find yourself in a situation. I don't want to leave you up there. I'm sorry. You can find yourself in a situation where you develop a bad relationship with food, and you have to remind yourself to eat like whole foods or better foods, or, you know, things that are actually better for you nutrition wise. So it can be hard. And that's why, like, and I understand, like with Janelle, I get the struggle. I get it. You know what I mean? Because if I start eating, I can gain a lot of weight. I stop eating. Like, you know what I mean? Like, constant battling. You know, especially you start to get older. I remember when I was, like, story time. I'm sorry, I'm going on this fitness thing. But it's just on my mind. Especially as we starting to go into the new year and everybody about to hit their resolutions. And the gym about to get crazy. But I remember when I was a kid, I was a skinny ass kid. I was small. Skinny, right? I used to run track cross country. Like, I was a distance guy. When I ran cross country, I was distance. I would run, like, my shortest race was half mile. So I was skinny bones, right? And pockets could touch. But I would be like, oh, let me get some weight gainer or whatever. Didn't need it. Like, now I'm in a situation where I'm on the other end of it. Like, I don't want to weigh more. I want to weigh less. So you're always on that. Like, yo, it's such a struggle. It's such a struggle. Like, if I eat, I'll pick up weight. I could stop, not eat, lose weight. You know what I mean? I get big, get small. Like, it's insane. Such a struggle. But yeah, when you guys are thinking about going to the gym, just remember, if you didn't put it all on at one, you know what I mean? You ain't put it all on in one meal, you're not going to take it all off in one meal. Like, so it's just that, and it's not about like doing these massive changes. And I think I'll get ready to shut it down. But I just want to say this to folks who are thinking about doing that gym thing. Get that gym thing popping. Nothing wrong with that. But as you guys are considering going to the gym, just please keep in mind that, you know, it's not about going to the gym and trying to lift up the whole place. Go to the gym and make it fun. And it's about, like, if anything, it's about habitual action. Like most positive things or life changes, make small changes. Don't plan on going to the gym for 3 hours at a time. The first week, all you're gonna do is hurt yourself a lot, right? Go to the gym. Even if you go to the gym, get yourself in the habit of going to the gym. Walk in, go to the gym, or go do your exercise, whatever exercise you do. You don't even have to go to the gym. You can take a walk. That's cool too. Walks are actually pretty good. They're great. So you just do your walk. Don't walk like 50 miles. Walk around the block once. Walk down the street. Walk back. You know, you just get yourself in the habit of doing that one thing. And once you get in the habit of doing that one thing, you go to the gym. Don't go to the gym, try to do full body workouts. Go to the gym. You haven't been to the gym in a while. Go there, do one set of everything, leave. Get yourself in the habit of going. That's it. You know, you want to change your diet? Don't restrict all your calories. I'm never going to eat cake again. Damn you, cookies. Just cut back on the cookies. You know what I mean? And then just plan. There you go, moderation. Just plan that at some point you're going to eat a piece of cake. Somebody's birthday is going to come up, and you're going to want to have a piece of cake. You want to have a slice of pizza. That's not going to, you eat pizza, you're not going to blow up all of a sudden. I spent all this time eating nothing but chicken and broccoli. I'm going to have this piece of pizza and I'm going to gain all my weight back. No, you won't. You're not going to gain that weight back no more than if you had nothing but pizzas, burgers, and sausages and stuff. And then all of a sudden you sat down and ate a salad. You're not going to drop 50 pounds. It's just not going to happen. You know? So it's just a matter of just doing like the, doing the small changes. If you're struggling with your weight and you're struggling with weight loss and you're trying to lose weight, go to the doctor. You know, especially if you're older, go to the doctor. Get your levels checked, your hormone levels checked. Because sometimes it might not be a matter of you just restricting your calories for you to lose weight. You might have to do a holistic approach of actually having your hormones checked to make sure that your hormones are firing at the right rates. Because that can affect your weight loss. Sleep can affect your weight. You know what I mean? If you don't sleep enough, it can affect your weight. Stress. If you have a lot of stress in your life, that can affect your weight. So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff, and I don't want to. I don't want to discourage anybody. I just I get excited. I go to the gym. I see people in the gym and and they're having a good time. You know, especially young guys or young folk. You know, it's not about going in there trying to lift everything up. I can go into the gym and I guess humble brag, I can lift a lot. Only because I've been doing it a long time. And it's not even a thing of lifting a lot. At this point, it's about longevity. So you go to the gym, you enjoy going, you go hang out, do some exercises, leave. You don't have to be there for 3 days. You know? Atomic Habits, yes. That's a good book. Yeah. And with Mama Cat, she said a book called Atomic Habits. Actually, I had the author. I forget the author's name, but that's a good book. You when you do small changes, it's about keeping promises to yourself. So when you're doing these small changes, when you're doing looking forward to the New Year's resolution, I know we're kind of jumping the gun a little bit. You skipped over Christmas, but when you making these small changes, it's about keeping promises to yourself. That's important too. So if you promise yourself that you're going to lose weight, keep that promise to yourself. And not in the form of, I'm going to do these radical changes. I'm going to drop 100 pounds in 2 months. No, it's not realistic. You don't want to lose weight too fast. Just keep small promises to yourself. Get up in the morning, make your bed. I'm going to make my bed from now on. Every day you get up, make your bed. Just keep that promise to yourself. That way you have to learn to trust yourself too. And it's the small changes that you make that make a difference because it's about you keeping promises to yourself. So this is going to be everybody's year. That's what we're going to start doing on the channel. We're going to start saying this is our year. So when we yeah, I feel you going great, Mom. I'm in the same boat. I feel you. But we're going this is going to be our year because we talked about like losing folk and Cody's inability to appreciate his kids and take care of his kids and not appreciating the time that he has with his kids, the moments he can spend with his kids. And part of that is not recognizing that the gift that we're given every time you're able to get up is an opportunity for you to be able to change your life for better or worse. Like you can change your life at any time. Just because you went through something yesterday don't mean you have to go through that same shit tomorrow. You can start making changes today so that you can become the person that you want to be tomorrow. And if you see yourself as a person, I would say this to Cody. I would say this to anybody who is in that like situation. You have a bad relationship with your kids. Instead of you sitting there complaining about what your baby mama did and how she didn't do this and she didn't do that, instead of you complaining about that, here's what you can do. You can start picking up the phone and calling them kids now. Don't complain about what happened 3 years ago, 5 years ago when you almost died from COVID because you had a runny nose. Pick up the damn phone and start calling them now. Start trying to reach out to them now. And because don't sit around and wait. You know, this is your time to make those changes. Next in Smiley, wow. Next in Sister Wives, Robin gained 75 pounds but is confused about how it happened. I don't know how this happened. I don't know. It's delicious cakes. Calls Mary to cry and mull over how the Twinkies actually got in her mouth because she wasn't there. Oh, I don't know. In my mind... Yep, going green mom. She said, just a series of making the better choices more than the bad ones. This is true. And you know what? And speaking of that, thank you, green mom. Put that on the screen. Even with that, I would say this. Everybody fucks up. Straight up. Nobody is perfect. I'm not perfect. I'm about to go downstairs and fuck up right now, to be honest with you. Because I'm hungry. But everybody messes up. It's not the number of times that you messed up, not the number of times you fall down. It's the number of times you get up. Your diet's not going to be perfect. Nobody is walking around with a perfect diet because nobody has a perfect body. You know what I mean? So even the people that you're impressed with, like, wow, they look amazing. Half those people feel like they look terrible. You're looking at their shoulders, their backside maybe, their legs or something, their chest, their arms. And all they see is like that one part of their body that just doesn't look right or doesn't feel right to them. So if you make a mistake, it's not even really a mistake. It's just a choice. You know? Like, especially when it comes to nutrition, like, that's my killer. Like, I could go to the gym all day. I like the gym. But it's the nutrition that kills me. You know? But you eat something you not supposed to eat, oh well. I'm going to do better in my next meal. It also helps, just another little side note. I'm sorry I'm going on a nutrition kick, but it's just on my mind. When it comes to nutrition, if you really want to change your diet or if you really want to try to press, like with these things, food prep. Food prep. That's a big help. Big help. Big help. Food prep, if you have your meals already made and all you got to do is throw them in the microwave and you can heat and eat, and you good to go. You already know what you got. It's already, you know, if you're doing macros, you measure it out or whatever, and it's already done, then you know what you got. You take the guesswork out of it. If you have a choice to make, there's a possibility you're going to choose wrong. And so if you prep your food, you know, for the week, or if you prep your food for a few days even, what you do is you take the guesswork out of it, and it's easier for you just to walk into the refrigerator, grab your food, eat your food, and you're good, as opposed to you trying to make, you know, last minute choices when you're hungry. The worst time to go shopping is when you're hungry. Worst time for you to decide what you're going to eat is when you're starving. Like, we like, oh man, I'm really hungry. Your body's not like, you know what I need? A head of lettuce. Like, that's not how my body works. My body goes, you know what we need? Some pizza. Need to wash it down with some fries and a big old milkshake is what we need to do. So, Mama Celeste said, thank you, Mama Celeste. I thought I was the only one saying nutrition and New Year's Eve goals are always on our minds, James. I'm happy with that we are discussing it. Yeah, you know, we all in this shit together, man. I'm telling you. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's a big thing too. Insulin resistance. Like, as crazy as it is, like, that makes a difference. And Alicia, good point. I use recipes from Know the Cause. Yes. Because the food does... the food is such a... you know, as messed up as it is, food is such a killer when it comes to a lot of nutrition stuff. And here's the thing, too. Like, at least for me, it's easier for me to be mindful of my nutrition because I do kind of that, the relationship stuff. So... or at least in my mind. Okay. I sound like Robin now. In my mind, a relationship. What's a relationship? If I go to the gym and I'm going to the gym consistently, if I'm working out real good in the gym, then it's easier for me to say I need to tighten up my diet because I'm doing all this work in the gym. And you can't outwork a bad diet. That's the kind of the secret to the sauce too. You can't outwork a bad diet. So no matter how long you run on the treadmill or how much weight you lift, resistance training is also pretty good because it helps with your resistance training is really good. But as you build muscle, it helps. Muscle burns calories just by being in existence. So the more muscle you have, the more calories you burn just to maintain the muscle. But all that aside, if I'm working out pretty good, it's easier for me to get on nutrition. It's harder for me to just start a diet and then talk about going to the gym. So if you're going to the gym and you're putting a sweat equity in, then it's easier to start dealing with the nutrition portion of it, at least for me. And so maybe it'll work for somebody else too. Some people are the exact opposite. Like they can do the nutrition, but they struggle with going to the gym or struggling with any type of physical activity or whatever. Because you don't even necessarily, that's the thing too, you don't need a gym membership to work out. It helps. Because they have equipment there that's specifically for it. But you can do stuff. There's a lot of calisthenics and stuff that you can do at home. Get great workouts. You can walk. Awesome workout. Don't go out there and if you are not in fantastic shape, don't go out there and try to run. Walk. Don't blow your knees or your joints out. Especially if you have more weight. Fitness starts in the kitchen. That's where abs are made. You know what I mean? If you want Cody's washboard abs, it's done in the kitchen. And unfortunately, that's the truth. Because you can't outwork a bad diet. Okay, histamine issues. Yeah, like I said, I don't want to wear people out with the diet stuff and that's the thing too. Like I don't want people to get so I don't want folks to get too crazy with the diet stuff. Like first things first. Like with one of the things that Janelle, I will say this, and I'm gonna get ready to let you guys go because it's kind of late for everybody. But at least it's Friday, not like Monday morning. People go to work Monday morning. But people still probably have work on Saturday morning. But all I would say is the same thing with Janelle. There was a thing she did when she had the first trainer and he put her on a scale. And started lecturing about how heavy she is and how she gonna die and all that bullshit. Asshole. Right? The second guy had a better attitude towards, at least in my opinion. I thought he was a better trainer because he discouraged her to focus so heavy on the number on the scale because that's not what it's about. If you start this journey or this process, because that's what it really is. It's a process and it's a journey. It's not all going to happen at once. It's not going to change no matter what you do. But you start the journey, it's not about the number on the scale. The number on the scale is instructional and it does help. It has its place. I'm not going to say the scale doesn't matter. But it's how you feel more than how you look. It's how you feel. So when you wake up and you're working out pretty good, you change your nutrition, you'll clean your diet up, you'll find out that you'll start feeling better, you'll have more energy to do the things that you want to do. Then you'll start to notice that there will be subtle changes like your clothes. Like your clothes will fit different. Those are the type of things, like it's a lot of different metrics and a lot of different measurements that you can use to see your progress. It's not just about like, I get on the scale and all of a sudden the scale number is different. It's going down. Or if it stays the same, oh my goodness, I'm not doing nothing. All the work I'm doing, diet I'm doing is all for nothing. That's the trick of it. It'll make you feel discouraged and it'll get you to stop. Don't pay attention to that. Keep going. Trust the process. You keep putting in. You keep putting money in. You might not have $1 million the first day, but you keep putting enough money in, you'll eventually get to where you want to go. Then if you also, when you start, although most people don't like it, take a picture. Take a picture. You don't have to look at it every day as an inspiration. But if you take a picture and you put it aside for yourself, then after you've been going for a little while, you'll start to see a legitimate difference. Because the problem that you have when you're putting on weight and when you're losing weight, especially with guys, this is where guys mess up. Women, they gain a couple pounds and they know it. Guys, for the most part, and it's a very stereotypical thing because I might get smashed for being, you're a misogynist. But I find it to be the truth. Most guys, when we start putting on weight, start getting a pot belly, all we do is lower the front of our pants down. We just lower the front of our pants down. So, well, no more pot belly. It's not obstructing I'm still a size 32 waist. Yeah, if you have it around your ankles, asshole. Like, your pants around your ankles. So, you can't pull them over your hips. Because your hips are size 43, you know what I mean? You're 44. But if your clothes will change, and because you're with you every day, you won't realize the changes that your body undergoes. And it's just the way it works. Like, you'll think that you look the exact same. I ain't seeing no difference, but you'll be looking different. And your clothes are fitting different. So it's those small things that you want to look for. So don't kill yourself. Don't beat yourself up too much on this. Like, go and stay consistent. Rib roast and bacon, yeah, right. Yeah. Michelle Littlefield. You know what? I don't know if he had that big muscles when they first got married. He was in decent shape because he used to be a wrestler. A little dude with a big attitude. It's Cindy from Ozzy. He looked terrible when he jumped in the pond. Yeah, that burned into my mind. I'm jumping into the pond with the woo, woo. Scary shit. Yeah, June Jam. Yeah, guys can lose weight a little faster. It's not fair. It's not fair because we had the magic hormone, testosterone. It affects us. Like, it affects us differently. So guys, for the most part, and as crazy as it is, we can make subtle changes and we can experience stuff. But you also have to keep in mind, and this is the weird part about it, is that when you are losing weight, your competition is you and you. Because with guys, we lose weight, we carry our weight different. So women will typically put weight around their hips and their buttocks areas. Guys carry more weight in their midsection. So, and the trouble spots are usually where you lose the weight the slowest. So for guys, we'll lose weight like in our shoulders and our chest and stuff and our legs, and our gut will be the last part to lose. Like women, they'll lose everywhere else, and then their hips and their thighs and stuff will be one of the last places to go. And guys are more likely to carry muscle because of the magic hormone. Pamela Mabe. Yep. And the muscles do make a difference. It makes a difference for the look. Oh, wow. Fire! Yes, going Green Mom. Yeah, when they were going surfing, he was there flexing. James, you could just be like Tony. and be convinced that you still have washboard abs and muscular pecs. Yeah, right. Like, I don't care if I go to the gym or not, I still got it. Cody's one of them guys who's just like middle-aged. Like, he's a typical middle-aged dude. Like, you enter middle age and you be like, yeah, I got the sports car, I could get the young girls and they still into me. Yo, you don't know? Like, you just like Cody, you got the washboard abs, just keep telling people that. Like, they don't see under your shirt, that they don't see that pot belly sitting there when you're sitting on the couch. I mean, it is what it is, dude. I get it. It's hard. And I'm not even body shaming. Like, this shit's rough. Especially you hit a certain age. Like, when I was in, like, you in your 20s, you want to lose weight, all that shit. I'm like, let me just put this steak sandwich down. I just run the track twice. I want to cut weight, no problem. You know, that was a struggle. The struggle is real. Good morning from Sweden, Mermaid. What's up? I hope you're not just getting it because we about to go. People gonna hate my ass. They're like, yeah, I get on that live with James. That dude keep my ass up till 4 in the morning. Oh yeah, make sure you guys hit the like button and stuff. Let me know that you like it. Sandra Gilmora. But for guys, it can be get dangerous more quickly, can it? Oh, what was that with the fat around the organs? Yes. Because we carry it differently. Because that is part of the problem. Is that like the visceral fat versus the other. So you have to be careful with where you carry the fat too. Because like Sandra pointed out, if it's around your organs get fatty. They work too hard. It could be bad. You know. But yeah, guys, thank you for coming to hang out with me. I might roll out a fitness channel. I don't know. I might do it. It's a lot of work. Please make sure you smash that like button. And don't forget to subscribe if you're not subscribed so you can catch up with some of the Sister Wives goings ons. And I have to check. I'm going to get that. I'm going to see what they're doing about. That's what a diesel model references. I'm going to see what's going on with this whole promised thing. I want to see what they were talking about for the talk back. Kind of disappointed that they screwed me over. You know, thank you, Lizzie B, for holding it down for me. Alicia, thank you. Thanks for I thank all you guys for hanging out with me, listening to me prattle on about my fitness goals. The struggle is real, player. The struggle is real. You know what I mean? Some days you go into the gym, you feel like a titan. And other days you go there like, oh, why am I here? Why am I doing this to myself? What am I trying to prove? Oh, man. Yeah, you guys have a fantastic weekend. I'm planning on doing if you guys want to swing through for a little bit, I'm only going to do a little bit on Christmas Eve because it's Christmas Eve. And I know folks got to get up because they got presents to open. They got gifts to give. But I think that they're supposed to be doing look back on Christmas Eve. So I'll probably be doing a show for that after that. Just a short one. So look out for that. Plus, I'm going to be dropping videos. So check that out. Going Green Mom said, you got this. Just one foot in front of the other. That's true. Oh, just scrap it. Asking the crazy questions. How old are you, James? I am, I got to do my math. 51. I'm 51 years old. Yeah. Oh, nice from Europe. Okay. Yes. Yeah, like I said, me and Cody and the fam, we about the same age. So I sympathize with it. I'm not sitting around talking about the washboard abs and the glorious pecs. I'm the weirdo dude that show up to the gym. Like, I don't think I've worked out in the gym in a t-shirt in about 10 years. I think the last time I worked out in a t-shirt. I'm the guy with the big old sweaters and stuff. Wearing the skull cap. That's my thing. I gotta keep my muscles warm because I'll snap my shit up. Snap City! Alright, guys. Yeah, thank you guys for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. Make sure you guys smash that like on your way out. I'm going to keep the chat box open for a little bit so everybody can kind of get caught up with everything. And, you know, it was awesome. And I know I've recognized, damn you, TLC. Last time I'm going to complain on TLC. But damn you, TLC, for not dropping the videos where I needed to see them on either of the platforms that I use. TLC, what are we doing? You guys are messing up. Dropping the bag. You fumbling the bag, TLC. Good night. Good night, America. Good morning, Europe. All right, Sandra. That's awesome. See, we worldwide. We global, baby. But you guys have a great night. Once again, that's my take. I'm James. This has been My Take on Reality, and I'm out.